Okay, turning now to Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's go ahead and start with this, put it up here on the screen. His office announced early on Sunday morning a statement from the office of Senator Graham. On the evening of Saturday, July 11th, Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and a sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time. Asked for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. A follow-up from Senator Graham's office indicates that he died from an aortic dissection after struggling with a cardiovascular disease. So he was 71 years old and suffered a massive heart attack, which my medical friends tell me is, it's not unsurvivable, but it's very, very difficult to survive. So obviously,
what I saw is if you aren't in a hospital, very unlikely you're going to make it.
Exactly. It's obviously bad situation. It's indicated aging, diet, etc. You should do some your own research. Just in terms of 71 years old, it seems young, but if you don't take care of yourself, this is the type of things that can happen. But bigger picture, obviously, what this has done is kind of thrown a wrench into domestic and international politics. Lindsey Graham, in my opinion, was one of the most effective political operators in Washington. I am purely describing this from an analytical level. I don't really appreciate how good he was at his job, but you do have to acknowledge that on his departure in the middle of what was his heyday. There's no denying that. And I think, if we were to look and analyze his political entrepreneurship, his opportunism, what exactly and how he was able to move from 2016 to 2026 to probably become a genuine whisperer to Donald Trump, that in and of itself is the story, I think, of his life and of his entire legacy, really, which ultimately, Senator Graham was probably the most authentic neocon in Washington. A lot of people are showing he wasn't rich. He didn't really have a lot of money. He was one of the poorest members of the United States Senate. He did it for the love of the game. And I guess there's some respect in that. But what you can see from his political career, cheering on the Iraq War from John McCain, is he never wavered on what he wanted. But what he did is he would utilize the political system, the wins, whatever happened to be convenient within the GOP. Very often he would back them up on a few domestic things to give himself some credibility, not credibility, but some space maneuver here on foreign policy. He never wavered on his foreign policy views. He did a bear hug strategy with Donald Trump, and ultimately he won. He is the person who moved Donald Trump to where he wanted to be, which is remarkable considering where things actually started. Here's where they were. Lindsey Graham, 2015, 2016, talking about Donald Trump. Let's take a listen.
What is your reaction to hearing what Donald Trump says?
I'm disgusted. He's a jackass. He's becoming a jackass, and he shouldn't be commander-in-chief.
We think that he's unfit for office, that he would be a terrible commander-in-chief. He doesn't have the temperament or judgment.
What I think he's doing is being a demagogue. Here's what I think. I think Donald Trump is a political car wreck, and people slow down and look at the wreck, but they eventually move on.
At the end of the day, he would be the most flawed nominee in the history of the Republican Party.
I think he's a wrecking ball for the future of the Republican Party.
I think he's a kook.
So that's 2015, 2016. In fact, let's put C3 up here, his infamous tweet. If we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed and we will deserve it. That was May 3rd, 2016. Eventually, he, of course, becomes not only one of Trump's biggest defenders, but one of his greatest allies in the United States Senate. And my friend Saurabh Mamari, let's put this up here on the screen. He wrote, and I summarized some of this already, The Triumph of Lindsey Graham. What he talks about is populists should learn from the late senator is his extraordinary political ability. Again, is he never compromised on Iran, on Iraq, on Ukraine, on anything that was near and dear to his neoconservative heart. But what he did is within the system is that he would grab Donald Trump, he would wrap himself in the veneer of it. He would, let's say, like things like the Save America Act. Lindsey knew it was never going to pass, and he didn't care. But what he decided to do is become one of the chief proponents for the bill in Congress because he knew it would give him credibility with Trump. He was a major Kavanaugh defender, for example. He would defend Donald Trump, let's say, on impeachment or various other things. So he would back Trump on domestic political things, which he didn't particularly care about. He would never compromise, though, on immigration or on a few of these other things, which were very near and dear to his heart. And then, at the same time, he would constantly use his rhetoric and his closeness with Trump, number one, to get Trump to endorse him, but number two is he's always whispering in his ear. He was like an evil genius, as he would say things. Apparently, his most common line to Trump was, well, that's something Obama would do, Mr. President, whenever it came to Iran or, on Russia. He was always using that ability to channel Trump. And, he didn't have a family. This is literally all he actually cared about. Is he was always golfing with Trump. He's always in Mar-a-Lago. He's always calling him on the phone late at night. It seems actually that Trump is the very last person who he spoke to before he died, and in which he was advocating for more war with Iran, which is kind of incredible. So that is ultimately, again, it's not an endorsement whatsoever. It's just that there's no even thinking about Lindsey Graham without acknowledging he died at the peak of his powers, which is a remarkable story for a person like Trump who ran against Lindsey Graham, who didn't want, allegedly, his own vice president, others were his biggest opponents, supposedly in the United States Senate, but this was Lindsey's time.
At the peak of his power, but also at a time when he got what he wanted with the Iran war.
And that goes without saying.
And also got to see what a disaster that policy was, because you're right. I think he was ideologically committed neocon. I saw a Twitter joke that was like, somebody in Mossad is right now deleting 2 terabytes of compromat that they have on Lindsey Graham. Maybe they had it, but no, he was in it he was committed. And you see all of it, everyone from Netanyahu on down to Ben-Gvir lamenting the loss of this great friend to Israel, which I think is absolutely true. This is a man who supported and pushed for the Iraq War, saw what a disaster that was. I still don't think that he would say it was the wrong thing to do. He never learned from how much of a disaster the foreign policy that he loved and that he advocated for, how consistently disastrous it was for the world, first and foremost for the countries that we were attacking, but also for the U.S. And that has never been more abundantly clear than right now, where we got our ass kicked by a middle-rate power that we'd had sanctioned for decades, who now is a regional hegemon thanks to the very policy that Lindsey Graham pushed, hoping to project American power and have more say over the Middle East. So in spite of all of the facts and all of the pain and all of the destruction, he never took that in. He never adjusted one iota to the reality. And so there's a kind of an incredible Fox clip coming around, which is they're talking about Lindsey Graham, his legacy, blah, blah, blah. And they have to interrupt that to announce new bombings of Iran.
I know, yeah.
Could not be more appropriate for who this man was, what his ideological project was, and how even by his own conception of pursuing American exceptionalism and power in the world, it was an utter and complete disaster. Let's put C6 up on the screen because it has some pretty remarkable quotes here about the final hours for Lindsey Graham. It says a person who spoke with Graham shortly afterwards said the senator complained he was feeling unwell. This is after he had just gotten back from this trip to Ukraine where he was touring a drone factory. I think the last photo of him alive is of him in Ukraine holding this drone. When the person urged him to seek medical attention immediately, he said he would do it after his Sunday morning appearance on NBC's Meet the Press. He then joked, I can't die now. I still need to do the Russia sanctions, get Iran sorted out, and do Israeli-Saudi normalization. And so we focused a lot, obviously, with Graham pushing for the Iran war and being able to be, part of this successful propaganda effort to push Trump in that direction. All of the ways that he, endeared himself to Trump and going on golf trips with him and backing him up at key moments, et cetera, paying off. But we don't talk enough, too, about how probably influential he's been on the Ukraine policy as well, where Trump during the campaign, very skeptical, really wanting to cut some sort of a deal and get out of this thing. Well, we're not out of this thing, continues in the direction that Lindsey Graham would want it to go as well.
Trump even acknowledged that on CNN Live reacting. Let's take a listen to C5.
Well, we disagreed a little bit, but overall, I'm a big Israel person. He was certainly that. I wanted to see the war with Ukraine end very quickly. I think he was more into, keeping it going. Frankly, he was very, very militant having to do with that. But I was from the standpoint of 25,000 people dying every month. I didn't like that, and he was a very strong military person. So am I. But I think we used it a little bit differently. We probably had a little bit of a different attitude, but we got along on it. Essentially, we agreed. And essentially, we agreed on almost everything.
And to the point about Graham's influence, guess what? Trump greenlit those Ukrainian deep strikes into Russia. That's why Lindsey was over there. That was literally his dying thing. His last thing that he did was go to Ukraine to assure them that he was going to convince Trump to allow more deep strikes into Russia. You can support that, not support that. You cannot say, at the very least, that he wasn't incredibly influential in terms of the policy which Trump originally said. And to your point, I mean, yeah, I always find it hard, when somebody dies, especially if you don't like someone, it's like, okay, how do you handle this? You're not wrong, but the story of Washington from my lifetime has been that the neocons led the United States into the most disastrous war in American history, only to then have a rising tide, an election of a candidate and a president who said explicitly that war was a disaster, who somehow then topped that by launching the United States into a war, which is also as disastrous, potentially even more so strategically, than the current war that we're in right now. How did that happen? He is a central character, ultimately, to that story. Yeah, I mean, it's like my entire feed after he died. Zelensky, Bibi, Ben-Gvir. I think we have some of that. Yeah, C9. Let's put this up here. You got, Ben-Gvir. You got Zelensky. You got AIPAC. You got, all of these, in my opinion, odious characters in American politics and American influence. And meanwhile, it's like every European leader that ever lived is like, wow, the chairman of Germany or whatever is like, well, we're going to miss Lindsey. I'm like, anybody from South Carolina going to miss this guy? I'm like, it's pretty obvious where his entire interest and focus was. I don't think he particularly cared about his own state. I really genuinely think he saw his legacy as protecting whatever he saw as, as Europe or Israel or, whatever, all these places, like deeply committed to this worldview, which despite Libya, despite Iraq, despite Syria, despite any of these places, his excuse was we didn't go far enough. Yeah. That's what it always came down to with him. And I mean, he got what he wanted, as you said, just like we did after Iraq. If anything, his real project today was continuing to push us even more so to where we are. And, you could say, oh, his death is a major blow to the neoconservatives. I disagree, actually. I think he will be used as a martyr in this current moment. And Trump is processing his death, I think in the most Trumpian way. Don't we have that shot of him going after him a little bit? Yeah. Let's take a listen to C15 of Donald Trump kind of trashing him a little bit, actually, this morning on Fox and Friends.
He was totally against me. I mean, he was fighting me. He sort of used me as the example because I was leading in the polls by a lot. And he said, I'll get you in South Carolina. I'm going to get you in South Carolina. And that didn't work out too well. I joke about it. It was amazing, actually. The whole thing was amazing. Hey, the whole career was amazing. But Lindsey was the big part of it because once that ended, he left the race. And once that ended, I became really good friends with him.
Right. So once that ended, I became very good friends with him. But, again, to just talk here about Trump, about Lindsey, Trump became the Lindsey Graham president in a lot of ways. Yeah. He really did. And I mean, it's their most remarkable political story, I think, in maybe, not ever, but in modern history for sure, in terms of how you get elected and then what you end up doing. And actually, Trump gave us a very good preview. Do we have that image of Donald Trump that he posted on Trump Truth Social this morning, where he said, "So sad, President DJT." Here is Lindsey Graham, either at Bedminster or at Mar-a-Lago, who is in a polo shirt wearing a Make Iran Great Again hat, and with a piece of cardboard that seems to be from Wikipedia, where it shows Trump and it says acting president of Venezuela. That he think about the mechanics here. He had to get a custom Make Iran Great Again hat. He had to either go, or his staff had to go to Kinko's and create this Photoshop image. And all of this is planned at some sort of luncheon or whatever he's doing here at Mar-a-Lago. This is an insight into how he was able to influence Donald Trump. Yeah. And he won. He used the Venezuela, of course, cheered on the Venezuela thing, cheered on Make Iran Great Again. That is how he ended up winning this entire presidency.
I mean, Rubio's a very similar figure.
Yeah. Yes.
Another opponent of Trump, aggressively or like challenging each other based on their manhood size and whatever in the primary. And now here he is, Secretary of State, and got what he wanted with Venezuela. And it's very much, very likely to get what he wants with regard to Cuba. All it required was for them to abandon any other principle that they ever had in terms of like moral character or integrity and suck up to this guy. And both of them for completely odious ends that they were pursuing. I want to play C8, which just a reminder of how I appreciate Saagar's analysis, and I think it's true, of how effective he was in getting what he wanted from Trump and persuading Trump to pursue this hardline neocon path. I think it's also worth, judging the nature of that political project. And so Blue Georgia put together a compilation of some of the utterly disgusting and, sociopathic things that Lindsey Graham has said about his own ideology and the ends that he was pursuing. Let's take a listen to that.
America First is to kill people who wish us ill.
I feel good about the Republican Party. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. You just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks. We're gonna blow the hell out of these people. We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Iran's going to have a choice in 2 to 3 weeks. You either do a deal where you get out of the business you were in, or we're going to blow your stuff up. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your family? God. They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends. I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast. To our friends in Israel, God bless you. I'm with you in every way. To all the anti-Seminites, to all the isolationists, forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. There's no better partner on the planet than Israel. God bless Israel. Right. We should move all our stuff to Israel.
Well, he didn't lie. He was with Israel till his dying day. In this past year, he's been, back and forth to Ukraine and Israel, probably spending more time in those countries than he has been in South Carolina. Wouldn't doubt that contributed to the negative health outcomes. It's very hard on you, certainly at a certain age. But this is what he was pursuing and what he's been fairly successful at pursuing. And now he gets to see the wreckage. Not that I think it caused him to question for a second the policy that he would be, if he lived for another 5 years, he'd be the one pushing us to war with Turkey or whatever would be next. So I don't think that it was causing him to reckon at all with what a monstrous disaster this ideology has amounted to.
And this is more of a mainstream media thing, because I get it. One of the things, what's one of the worst things Trump did recently? And I know this is might be selective. that Rob Reiner post, I was like, oh, that's horrible, right? So you want to piss on someone's grave immediately after they die. But there is a mainstream media hagiography. Remember when Dick Cheney died, and they were like, oh, Dick Cheney died. He was a protector of democracy. Democracy? Okay, look, we can just say the guy died. let's leave it at that. But then whenever it comes to discussion of legacy, if you're only going to highlight one thing, it's like, well, you got to highlight the rest too. And that's how I feel about Lindsey Graham. Like, again, I don't want to disparage too much, and like, I get it's distasteful, but yeah, you take a look at that. Lindsey Graham reveled in death, who he would define as America's enemies. I think it killed a lot of Americans, and it killed a lot of foreigners too.
A lot of
that
civilians
ideology,
who were
a lot of
completely uninvolved.
And you know, that really was a bedrock like belief of his, that was a good ultimately. I dramatically disagree with that, and there's no assessing him period without looking at that. And you have all these Democratic senators and others who are posting selfies of him with him and Zelensky being like, oh, he was such a champion for democracy. And that's part of why, you know, to assess Lindsey, he is the ultimate Washington creature. I met him a couple times. He is the nicest guy. Everybody has a story about how funny he is, how disarming he is. I would disagree with him. You know, oh, we just agree to disagree or something like that. And everybody's got a story like that. But that doesn't mean that what he was saying is good. Like, he used those powers for bad.
I think when you're talking about a powerful person, you have to be honest about their legacy and not pull punches, because it's important that we set the record. You know, this will be, you know, one of the last times we think about or talk about Lindsey Graham.
That's true.
It was important to set the record of what this man's life was actually dedicated to, and, you know, certainly playing him in his own words. You know, with regard to the impact on Trump, I just have to, there was one clip of him almost seeming to like get choked up talking about Lindsey Graham, which is not something.
He barely cares about his own son.
Yeah.
He didn't even go to his own son's wedding.
True.
Yeah.
True. So I mean, I think he was genuinely close to him, but also Trump is such a narcissist, which is what you can see with him posting that Lindsey Graham holding up, you know, the Trump picture, that Trump clearly is thinking about his own mortality a lot. Lindsey is a decade younger than he is. Or was a decade younger than he is. And part of, I think, how he got persuaded to go to war with Iran was about what is the legacy that you're going to leave behind. And he's not going to be the one who has to be here to deal with the fallout from it. So I think it probably feeds into that sense of his own mortality. It's natural anytime someone who's close to you dies that you start contemplating those things more. So it would not surprise me if it just further fuels his sense of his limited time and how much he wants to leave his mark on this town and on the world.
I mean, they're very
not necessarily a good thing.
They're both very similar. They're in their late 70s. Obviously, Lindsey he's not as obese, but he was like, you know, he's not like working out, obviously. He was 71. He flew all over the world. He was totally dedicated to his work, didn't sleep a lot, a total creature of politics. Trump looks at that and he's like, wait, I could be like that.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Trump is 80 now.
And if you look at Lindsey Graham, you could actually see his degradation over the years in terms of his, like, his face looks more haggard. That's how cardiovascular disease, heart disease works. So Trump and any older person, Sam Neill, we were talking about that before the show, he died today. He's 78. He's younger than Trump. So, you know, once you start getting to that age, a lot of people you know start dying, especially who are old, who are only obsessed with themselves, who are, you know, totally dedicated to the work of politics. I mean, the fact that one of the very last things that Lindsey Graham ever said was, I can't die now because I have to go do X, Y, and Z. And not, you know, hang out with my wife or children or something. I just don't want to go out that way. I could put it like that. And then now, what you also see, you know, without Trump, is South Carolina. I believe Lindsey Graham was running for his 5th term, which is crazy. His 5th term, a long history of senators from South Carolina dying from old age in office, which that's your business, I guess. And now we have, like, the race to replace him will just be, you know, the grifting race for the age. So let's put C10 up here on the screen. The disgraced gubernatorial former Congress candidate, former Congresswoman Nancy Mace, says, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, let's put C11 up here on the screen, apparently is a native son of South Carolina who has maintained a house there during Washington. He's been fielding calls. They want him to run, potentially, even though he's a Treasury Secretary. And so you had at one point—
Graham actually did succeed Strom Thurmond.
I know that. That's my reference.
Yeah.
Who died of what? How old was Strom? He was like 102?
Something
when he
like
died?
that.
Something like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like that. And then we found out about his black daughter after he died, if I'm doing the math correctly. Anyway, if you don't know who Strom Thurmond is, he was a he like did the filibuster against the segregation.
Yeah.
Anyways.
When I went to Clemson, there were buildings still like named after him because I think his grandson was at school there when I was there too. Anyway, yeah.
Okay.
I digress.
I met someone here in Washington once, older person, They're like, oh, I came to work in the Senate. I was like, oh, for who? Oh, for a Southern senator. I was like, well, which one? Strom
one.
Thurmond. I was like, oh, okay. And then I did the math in terms of the year, and I was like, 61, huh? Interesting.
Nice. Nice work there.
Yeah. So anyways, zooming out, the race to replace Lindsey Graham, it will be a titanic one. I'm going to call it, I'm calling Nikki Haley. That's my call. I think she's going to make a deal with Trump. Trump has said, he said, I have somebody in mind already. She's been sucking up to him on Iran. She's going to have more money than humanly possible. That would be a natural place, I think, for her to end up. The only reason she never did it was because those seats are really, really hard to get. And so I could see.
You don't think Scott Bessent?
Well, here's the main reason. Lindsey just died. It's going to be very hard. It's 50-50 right there in the Senate. McConnell is, God knows what is up with him. If you replace Scott Bessent, you got to get a confirmation. Is a single Democrat going to vote for confirmation? This is part of the reason why no member of the South Carolina delegation is going to get it from the House of Representatives, because they can't afford the margin.
Yeah, they talked about, so what happens is the governor nominates someone, and then they have a special primary election to figure out who the nominee is going to be, because they've already had the primaries. Lindsey Graham obviously won. There's a Democrat, a woman, I can't remember her name right now, who also won, so she will remain the Democratic nominee, and now you have to have a special primary to figure out who is going to be the Republican who will stand for election in the fall. Joe Wilson, who is the
78.
Yeah, who's young, sprightly,
Spring chicken.
78, not even close to the oldest person in the House of Representatives. Anyway, he was being contemplated, but then he seemed to say, hey, we shouldn't do this because we got to protect our majority in the House, which is extremely slim at this point. This also, it does have huge repercussions for what the Senate will be able to get
they
done.
can't do anything.
This Trump's fantasy of the Save America Act, not going to happen, because you've got Mitch McConnell, maybe alive, but certainly not in the Senate and voting. I don't know. We'll get to that, like I said, in a moment. Lindsey Graham now dead, so you have no one in that seat. And then you've got a couple of people, Tom Tillis, Cassidy, who, and not Thune, I'm at Cornyn, down in Texas, who are,
they're primaried
out.
They don't care.
They don't care. So they can do whatever they want. Now, on the other side, you do have John Fetterman, who also does whatever he wants. So maybe you could get him for some things. But no, their majority in the Senate is sort of de facto gone at this point.
That's part of the reason why with Bessent, Treasury Secretary, such an important position. Why would they gear up for confirmation?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the mic was on. Did I ever tell you the balls story? I know I have. I don't know if I'm doing it again, but it's balls. Mitch's ritual? A ritual? Where is it? How come that's not the first thing that comes up when I type in ritual? Balls. What's up, Braylon? How's it going? I've seen you in a couple of days. Sorry, I kind of had, I don't want to say a busy day, but, I was like doing something, and then doing something else, and then doing something else. And, I haven't really given a whole lot of thought to what I wanted to talk about. Shouldn't be a problem, but just putting it out there in case anybody else has anything to talk about. How come nobody ever wants to, fucking, call in? We should do, a talk radio thing, where you have to do, a talk radio call. You can't, first time, long time, one of those. Wouldn't that be fun? to do it. Trump won't need the SAVE Act as he's going with Plan B. Trump is going to announce bullshit election fraud as a pretext to take executive action against the midterms. I don't know, people love to say that. Yeah, first time caller, long time listener. Yeah, you got UFO stories? Coast to coast, Matt. There you go. I gotta study, what's his name though? Art Bell. I haven't listened to Art Bell in a minute. I gotta get my tactics. I gotta get my sound effects and all. The C-SPAN piss drinker. Yeah, somebody can do that. Dude, but still, bourbon. So how do you think that's gonna play out, though? 'Cause I know that the demon rats are okay with it. You know, like Cory Booker's okay with it. But like, the I've had it ladies aren't okay with that. You know? Isn't the Pod Johns aren't going to be okay with that. They're going to be pissed off. Making Warnoff and Ossoff illegitimate? I mean, yeah, but you can't do that. Like, we have laws, you know, like, we have procedures. I know that, like, they, you know, think that they can just, like, rewrite the rules as they go along, but I don't think people are going to appreciate that. I mean, and, like, I don't think anybody's going to believe anything like that, right? Can they manufacture evidence? Maybe, but even still, it's like you need to, like, prove your case, and then even then, it's like you prove your case, and it's still, like, you know, we have, like, a process to determine the solution, you know? I mean, it depends on how he does it, but executive orders are not really, they don't really have any power in and of themselves. You know? Like, yeah, 5 years after they took office, you can't just kick them out and be like, oh, you were fraudulently elected. That doesn't, you know? And if you want to say that, like, oh, the Georgia's election laws are fucked, okay, but then, like, you know, you need to, like, demonstrate what exactly is fucked about them, and, like, he tried all these cases in courts already, right? And they were pretty consistently ruling against him in basically every issue he raised. Like, he doesn't have a legitimate issue, you know? You watch a channel a few times a week, the badge upgrades. I think it's regional. Maduro used AI to hide all the best votes for Trump. I mean, I do think he was trying to get Maduro to co-sign some cockamamie idea, but, like, the reason he's been so fucking amped on the Save America Act is because he knew this wasn't a feasible strategy, you know? Yeah, but, like, he's getting away with a lot of shit that, like, every politician wants to do anyway, you know? Like, he's not getting him to go along with anything they're not already, you know, mostly in agreement with. And, like, I'm sure he offered them some sort of fucking, you know, something to make, you know, like the ICE funding, for instance. I'm sure there's bribes for every, you know, politician who had a problem with it, right? Like, I'm sure that there's, like, that stuff has been contemplated, you know? And, like, you see, like, the stuff he's been doing internationally, like, that stuff the Democrats are most of them anyway, are super stoked that he's doing, and he's taking all the fucking lumps for it, right? Like, I think a lot of them would have done this 10 years ago, you know, like, if they thought they could get away with it, but they see that Trump doesn't care about legitimacy, he doesn't care about, like, any kind of, like, the will of the people type shit, and he doesn't care that, like, it's overwhelmingly negative and just keeps going down and down and down. So they're gonna let him do that and take the unpopularity from it. But, they're happy with it. Like, they're appeasing Israel. The Democrats love doing that. I mean, sure. But, like, I don't know how that's not just, like, him being a sore loser. Like, I don't know who that works for. And then, like I said, like, the Democrats are fine letting him subvert democracy if it's something that they want to do. They're okay subverting the will of their voters. They're okay with all that. But it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe they don't want to win either. There's that too. I don't think, so, like, it's kind of like what I say about, like, doing these regime changes. Like, in Iran, for instance. Like, yeah, they could drop a nuke on Tehran and kill the government or whatever. But, like, they're not going to be able to, like, rule the country like they've been able to, like, to some extent do with Venezuela, just because they've been able to steal all their money and they give them out, like, based on, they give them an allowance based on, like, how happy they are with their actions, They're not going to be able to do that with Iran, even though they keep pretending that they will be able to. Like, they've been trying to, like, bomb Karg Island and shit. Like, that's going to do anything for them. What do you mean you don't care what they're okay with? What do you mean? It shapes the way fucking politics works based on, like... Because everything Trump does is illegal. Everything he does is unconstitutional. Like, the debate is, like, over if anybody stands up to it, Like, like I said, if those guys feel like they're, they would otherwise have more money in their pocket, they're gonna, they're gonna be upset, Yeah, I mean, if ICE is gonna steal, if that's what they're gonna do, then, what, like, if they're willing to do that, then, that, what were the Democrats gonna do anyway? I mean, that's just the fucking, the fascist dictator, which, it'd be nice to get rid of the pretense, I guess. Big Dan Byrne. You think Big Dan Byrne's gonna start tomorrow? Wednesday? It's just, there's not, there's going to be a lot of problems if they try some shit like that. The only reason there's been, like, less problems now is, like I said, the Democrats are okay with it. So, like, people are protesting ICE, the Democrats are okay with ICE, right? So they kind of pat them on the head and, can you take it easy, right? But if they have, if they win a majority and then they somehow fuck them and they don't get their majority, they're probably going to be pissed off about it. But I don't know, though. I mean, like, Al Gore won that election, So, I don't know. Yeah, they are super cucked, but, like, I don't know. Who's Platner? I don't really follow politics that closely, so I don't know. It's like, that sounds like some inside baseball shit. This guy too old for Twix is really, really obsessed with this guy Platner. Platnerite. Speaking of obsessed with Platnerites, fucking the corporate media sure is. They're like trying to be like, oh, shouldn't you disavow like any agency that also worked for Platner? Like, what? The fuck kind of standard is that? Like, oh, are you gonna disavow like the Swalwell, team? No, of course not. Why does that taste like that? The attempted doxing of Platner donors, really? Yeah. Well, you saw the thing with Fergie Chambers, right? That is fucked up, man. Yo, Spain, my man Pedro, I've been fucking praising him. He better fucking resist this shit. Yeah, see, this is why I don't want to give an inch on any of this fucking shit, Elizondo, look at that. I wonder if he's related to the king himself, Lou Gusano. What is there? What is this? Criticism of rural white Americans. Nazi tattoo involving a former campaign aide. Employees of the City University of New York who donated a combined $16,000. What the fuck is this, man? Fox News, Fox Business Network, CNN, and Newsmax. He served as a surface warfare officer in the U.S. Navy, deploying throughout the Indo-Pacific. Yeah, Esteban did. Shady motherfucker. seem to have more information about this than everybody else. Yeah, Sliwa owns a lot of cats. Ken, what, like, what allegations? What are you talking about? Oh, say anything. I know the guitar player in this band. Yeah, 2004. Yeah, this is them. Where is he? Oh. He's not in any of these pictures, though. Maybe if he got kicked out. Yeah, exactly. He said it's false. It's like, you expect like his ad agency to be like, well, yeah, no. He said he denied it, but like I don't believe him. Like, why would they do that? You know, what? That's not how the world works. You know. Again, okay. Knows about what allegations? Again, he denied it. So, you know, what, like, you're this guy, like, he spoke with them and he said, no, that's not true. Like, again, he was blackout drunk, so I don't think he really knows, but, like, if you're Morris Katz, what are you supposed to do? Denies it because it's a criminal act or because it didn't happen? Like, what? You know, there's a lot of explanations for why somebody would deny something, but like, it's not on your fucking ad agency guy. Like, it's not on him to be the moral arbiter of like a fucking like that type of issue. I mean, did you hear him say that? Because I haven't heard him refer to the incident. I don't know. Again, I don't know why you are so certain of like every detail from, again, this random lady, like, you know, maybe she's telling the truth, but it's like, it's not on your ad agency to be like, oh, this accuser is so fucking ironclad that like I'm going to just like hang it up and be like, oh, this guy, no good. Yeah, I'm not even referring to any of that. I don't care what the text said. I'm just referring to the fucking court of fucking like public opinion, right? Again, yeah, no, you seem to be an expert on this, so maybe they should fucking hire you instead. Yeah, again, what does that have to do with this conversation here? Again, what does that have to do with this conversation here? Like, how many people in fucking Congress are veterans? Right? Again, like, did you forget that you live in the Fourth Reich? What? You know, that's completely reasonable thing for a candidate to say. Like, I'm not making any value judgments on this fella, on this gentleman, on this oyster guy. Like, I think, no. Yeah, I would imagine 95% plus of elected officials in this country are some sort of sex criminal. So you're like, oh, this one guy who's like, you know, this one guy who said Israel's a bunch of Nazis, he's also a sex criminal. Like, what? You spot any problems with that? 60% of America is illiterate. I don't think that's true, man. Where? I know, but like, so 30% don't like look at their phone? I don't think that's true. It seems like everybody's looking at their phone.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent that I am allowed to speak out of order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like many others, was shocked and saddened to learn of the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, who served in this body from 1995 to 2003, when he left to begin serving in the Senate. I wrote in the introduction to my memoir
how much you love Lindsey Graham.
I entitled Blessed Experiences, Genuinely Southern, Proudly Black. All of my experiences.
They just read it and don't understand it.
But I have considered all of them to be blessings.
Yeah, Bourbon, that's what I mean,
And
though.
so
It's
was
never going away.
With Lindsey Graham. My
That's
relationship
the problem.
with Lindsey
That's what I'm complaining about.
were sometimes partisan and passionate, mostly productive on behalf of the people of South Carolina. For more than 3 decades, we served the people of the Platner State together here in Congress. Throughout that time, we maintained a relationship grounded in mutual respect, even when our political differences were significant. His commitment to public service and the people he represented will remain an enduring part of his legacy. I shall never forget playing a round of golf with Lindsey Graham.
I don't believe
one
this.
Of South Carolina's many.
This never
beautiful
happened.
golf courses.
Lindsey Graham, really?
And I
Just the
raised
two
an
of you?
issue with him that I thought
Really?
was very significant. I said to him that South Carolina, which I consider to be one of, if not the most historic state in our nation, was without.
Yeah. Dude,
a
where's
heritage
McConnell?
And I thought the one was in order for the state. And Lindsey said,
But like, look at the way that Joe Biden
Lindsey,
handled, credible accusations
this bill
too.
that I've introduced to create
Whatever
the
that
South
means,
Carolina
credible.
National Heritage Charter will never become law with my name on it. Things had gotten a bit too partisan back in 1994 and 5, 6. And I asked him to put his name on it. And he said to me, I don't want to take your legislation. And I said to him, you're not taking it. I'm giving it to you. And then he said, I don't know if I understand what it's all about. And I said to him, when the bill is called, invite me to speak on it. And he did. South Carolina got
Yeah, he probably loved
that
you,
heritage
man.
card and has now
You
got
fucking-
2 more cents. And in every one of those heritage cards,
God.
I worked
This is your opponent?
with Lindsey Graham to make it happen. South Carolina now has 3 national monuments and
Honestly,
3 national parks.
he probably would have had a harder
We
time.
had only 1 national
like-
monument, but now we have 3 national parks. The monument.
Strom Thurmond
I
would have been a
worked
harder
with
opponent
predecessor
for
to
Lindsey
get,
Graham than Jim Clyburn.
But with the last 2 national parks, I worked with Lindsey
What is he
Graham
even talking about?
to do it quietly. We didn't have press
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly,
sat
Toots.
down
I consider Platner to be
with
less
each
evil
other.
than Clyburn or anybody
Or
eulogizing
we
Lindsey
got in the
Graham.
golf cart together to make it happen. That's the way it was with Lindsey Graham, someone who was passionate
Like, you're kidding yourself if you think they're not all sex criminals,
and
you know.
sometimes pleasant.
And I'm sure, like, how many of them have much stronger allegations, too? I would say
I like to
a
yield
good chunk of them,
Congressman
right?
Wilson.
Like, everyone just decided that the
Thank you very much,
allegations were so
Congressman Jim
great and so
Clyburn, and
credible.
indeed it
And
is
I'm not sure they
bipartisan
are,
this afternoon, or
man.
this
I
evening,
don't want to
with
fucking
our
speak ill of
delegation
this
and we
lady,
of
you
South
know?
Carolina so appreciate
like,
the remarkable service.
The fucking evidence is kind of slim, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, you know, all these, like, written documents, these written contemporaneous accounts are somehow, you know, not there, right? Like, oh, I told this guy, but then, like, the one text message that she does have, it's, like, very vague, and it's, like, not necessarily even relevant, like, but, you know, I deleted the, you know, all the stuff from that time period, but I kept this other thing. Like, it's, you know, again, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, the ramifications, like, the, like, level of, like, it's just that, like, nobody really liked him to begin with, is, you know, I think the problem. Like, people in Maine seem to like him, but, like, nobody online was, like, a big fan of him anyway, so they're not gonna, like, fucking, you know, go to the mat defending him. And, like,
and successes of Senator Lindsey Graham. It's so impersonal to me. I got to meet him in his public service as staff judge advocate for the Army Guard. He was staff judge advocate for the Air Guard. And for his public service, military.
These are all
he served in the
things
State House of South Carolina, the U.S. Congress, and
Yeah,
obviously
I
the US
understand
Senate.
that's what she
but
said,
He was dedicated
yes.
to the people of South
But
Carolina.
that's just,
and it's really incredible.
you know.
The last week of his service, he
Yeah.
was present with President Trump, for the NATO meetings in Ankara. And while he was there, he met with President Ahmad al-Shara of Syria and proclaimed that we need to give Syria a chance. And he understood.
Ever since I fucking came to my own realization that, like, if some random girl I hooked up with 10 years ago was a massive fucking Israel shill and she was running for Senate and somebody offered me money to lie about her, I would probably have no problem doing it, you know? And, like, you'd be hard pressed to find too many situations where I would be willing to do that, you know? But again, that's just me and my own fucking, you know. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I'd say probably some of y'all agree with that, right? That's one of those greater good things.
How important it is a stable and secure Syria as himself being a proponent of a stable and sovereign Israel. And he's always stood with Israel. And then on Friday, of all things, he had the opportunity to be in Kyiv, Ukraine, with President Vladimir Zelensky, where he again was so forceful in pointing out that indeed the sanctions bill has been agreed to by President Donald Trump. Sanctions on war criminal Putin. And while he was there, he also toured a drone manufacturing facility. He returned back to the United States on Saturday, and sadly, he actually had a very positive conversation with President Donald Trump. And then almost immediately after that call, he sadly had a chronic acute heart attack and passed away. In the meantime, today is a very significant day in that our governor, Henry McMaster, I think, has made an incredible choice, and that is to appoint
if there's photos, I don't think
there's
not photos,
to be
though,
the
is
new
the problem.
U.S. Senator from South
That's
Carolina.
what I mean.
And so, as we're remembering Senator Graham, we can just cherish
Like,
so many memories that
given
all of
that,
us have.
it really
And
should
with
be
that,
up to
I
the
would
voters,
like to now
you
move
know.
for a moment of silence.
Because Tara Reid had contemporaneous messages. Tara Reid had much more evidence, right? And everybody just accused her of being a liar or whatever.
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration in the
Gentleman
House.
will suspend.
So all these people pretending like they have a fucking any kind of morality here, which is why I'm pissed off about it. Because it's like, this is just going to enable the worst people in the world to do more of the fucking worst shit possible. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not up to us. Like, let the voters decide. Like, we should just stay out of it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Fuck.
Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I send to the House a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1424. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Lindsey Graham, a senator from the state of South Carolina. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased.
Not Tara Reid. What's her name?
Resolved that when the House
Joe
adjourns
Biden's
today,
accuser.
it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the
that's what I
memory of
mean.
the deceased
Like,
senator.
what?
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and
Yeah,
the
dude, this is shady, man. I don't think his death happened the way that we're told it did. I think this is not like a friendly send off for like a long term fucking colleague. This is like a fucking like this is suspicious. Tara Reid. That's what I said. Yeah, Tara Reid. Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, which is the kind of thing that, like, if you were coordinating with Jake Tapper about your interview and your Politico article, you'd think maybe some of that stuff could have also been coordinated, right? No, because they think you're stupid and they just fucking went with whatever, and you know, like, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, the problem was that, like, he was not somebody anybody trusted anyway, to begin with. So him being accused is just like, yeah, well, I never trusted him anyway. But, like, that's probably not the way to go, you know? I don't know. Like, I don't... Again, this is just like the conversation about, like, debunking October 7th mass rape hoax. They know it's a tough conversation to have. They know nobody wants to say any of the shit that I'm saying. Right? Just in general, but also because he's a fucking Nazi tattooed merc. You know? Fuck. So they put out this flimsy story and then expect everybody to just fucking roll over, and they did. And now they're going to use it to beat us over the head with forever, even though, you know, sensible people had nothing to do with these assholes to begin with. It's like, hey, you think Israel's bad? Should you also disavow this fucking random ad agency? That's what we're gonna be dealing with for fucking years now. See, look here.
Obviously haven't had the opportunity to be live on the show since the new revelations about Platner came out, and since he's dropped out of the race. And, I think obviously we were supportive of his candidacy.
The other day
in
with
many
Ryan
respects.
and Emma,
I think
Emma
we
was
relied on
trying to give Ryan shit for even mentioning
that
the
he was
glute
pushing.
thing.
And I think it was quite clear that he never
Which again
really
is what you would expect
held
from
himself
her.
to account for some of those things.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to imagine that he was not aware of these other allegations when he said
it was
there
in the
nothing
secret
else
part of
coming
the
out.
MOU.
Yes,
he
because the
didn't-
Times had spoken to this the woman Jenny who is accusing him of rape, and
Who,
it
a
wasn't in the
murderer
Times
that I
piece,
was
but he
fucking
knew that
banging?
woman was spoken to,
I
and then
mean,
still went on
I don't
Chris
know,
Hayes
man.
and other programs and said nothing new was coming out, which is insane.
Right.
And a dereliction of duty to the voters, to his campaign, at the very least.
And it's impossible for us to know really what his
They were in a
campaign
relationship.
people
she said it
knew
on
or
Jake
didn't
Tapper's
know, or
show,
what
man.
specific people knew what.
That's what I'm saying.
When.
It's a flimsy story.
And, I think
right?
I imagine.
Again, not saying I don't believe her. I'm saying
it clear
it's a very flimsy story to be having this kind of national ramifications that is going to bite any progressive in the ass for years to come now. Because everybody condemned it, or I don't even know. I don't even know if there's anything anybody could have done, because if people had been nah, I don't believe it, then they would have been oh, what about fucking, you guys are bad or whatever. Not to say we had a choice, because whatever happened is they were still going to find something to use it, which, again, I don't think we had any way to prevent that, but this is going to happen in every fucking race from now on. So you guys need to toughen up, I think. Seriously.
We're not in a position to know any more than what is already out there. Now, there were definitely some
if they
people
try
who
this
felt
against a DSA person,
red flags and
going to be a much harder struggle.
All the other scandals that had come up were indicative of somebody who was not taking full account for what they. What Platner had done years before, and that's a judgment call, and their judgment was correct in this instance.
919th minute.
But this is going to be. We're going to have situations not identical to this, but
see, that's what I just
if
said.
there is going to be an attempt to change the Democratic Party, in many respects, return it to where it was 40 or 50 years ago, at least in terms of populism and its economic populism, and it's working for the working class, or frankly, the vast majority of Americans. You can look at somebody made the point. I read on Twitter that if you look at DSA, now Graham Platner, it's not DSA, but policies were in some respects aligned, at least with some of the major planks of DSA. But if you look at the DSA platform,
no, I'm not.
It is no more radical, and in many instances
I'm
less
saying
radical.
exactly the words that I'm saying. I'm not saying anything other than the specific words that I'm saying. Don't try anything. I'm specifically saying specific words and not other words, because I'm trying to fucking make a nuanced point here, which I think Sam is trying to make too, but he's fucking, he's too scared.
Frankly, than what we saw during the New Deal. And I'm hoping to interview Robert Kuttner, and that interview will be played over the next week or so. But this is a guy who's been in Democratic politics for 40, 50 years. And many of the policies that were mainstream Democratic, we have just moved so far from those in the Democratic Party that it feels radical now to have an agenda that is focused on, the 99%, for lack of a better word. But here, let's play this clip because I thought this was really indicative. Remember, Graham Platner and the
with Cuomo, there was evidence.
Got 100.
With Cuomo, there was mountains of evidence. Right? Mountains of evidence. Fucking witnesses galore. Fucking contemporaneous testimony. Complaints with the New York fucking, whatever it was called, the OSHA or whatever. There's nothing like that here. Nothing at all. Again, like, just from recent history, Joe Biden, right? They hired Anita Dunn specifically to come in and smear the victims, right? Like, that's the kind of thing that the Democrats typically do in this situation. Since the progressives were like, you know what, fuck this guy, I'm done, right? Because we had a fucking slightly better moral approach to it, that is going to fucking be weaponized against us to eternity, to infinity, whatever that expression is. That's what I'm saying.
50,000 votes in the Maine primary, a record number of votes in the Democratic primary, and the idea that this was a function.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there's not a lot of evidence, and it's perhaps something that it should not be giving into, like, their obvious attempt to weaponize it, given their coordination and the media rollout and, the way that went down, right? The way that there was a story a month ago and that didn't work. And then they came back and they already had all of this testimony at that time, but they came back for another bite at the apple. Like, the way that they've been approaching this guy from the jump, right? Context stuck. I don't have any fucking, like, I'm not in a position to make that kind of argument, to make that kind of distinction, nor are you, for that matter, right? And given the paucity of evidence, this maybe should be something that is left up to the voters and not determined by consultants and fucking, Twitter opinions, right? Yeah. Is that the accusation that's forcing him to withdraw? Is that the conversation that we're having here? Because that's a different conversation. I have a different opinion about that. I'm stating my very narrow opinion about this very narrow instance, and you're like, pretending to not understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I would rather it be left to the court as well. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. I'm saying that, like, any attempt to force the online progressives to somehow, like, take responsibility and accountability for this fucking oyster guy, this small business owner or whatever, mercenary, is fucked. And I think that we played into their hand. We walked right into it. Right? You'd have thicker skin, I think. Let the voters decide.
Sort of the aesthetic package that he presented as opposed to his policies is...
Like, I'm not even commenting so much on this lady's story as I am about our inability to be able to make that conclusion no matter what, right? And even if you do believe her, what about the next time? And the next time? And the next time? Are you going to keep just immediately going with the way Jake Tapper tells you to, or what? Because that's going to be a problem. That's what I mean. That's what I said the other night, man. It's like, I don't know about, I can't state anything on this, but I do know we should be expecting more of it, right? Jim, what conversation are you having? Again, what are you hearing that is, like, what am I saying that's making you think otherwise? I'm saying for you to convict somebody, right, to such an extent that it's going to, like, that Zoran has to fucking, not hire them to make ads for him anymore, right? Because that's what they're trying to do, right? From the start, immediately, the next day, they were already doing that, right? I don't think I have enough evidence to make that kind of decision, nor do you, nor does anybody, in which case it should be left up to a mass, voters decide. Definitely not enough evidence to convict. No, there's not. In which case, I don't think anybody should be really commenting on it. I don't think it's really, Yeah, there's no proof of anything, exactly. So, there could be, there might be, next time there might be, right? But this time there's not, So you need to be honest with yourself and the world that there's not,
For the establishment, the corporatists, to diminish what Maine voters were voting for. And here is a perfect example. Play this clip.
Of the kind of jerk he really is. And so I was disgusted.
Did you see that article
I know there's
linked
reporting
earlier?
that there had been some conversations. I mean, I love when he's talking about the corporate media and, don't come from Washington. Actually, your guy Morris Katz blew up from New York City.
Did you see
and
this?
I don't think anybody sees Bernie Sanders as like
see
the
this?
corporate, influence of any
Did you see
campaigns.
This?
I mean,
here's the link.
no responsibility. No, he and his team owe the people of Maine an apology. They will never get it.
For
But
one
they sure
second.
deserve it.
I just want to point out here, the issue isn't where you live. Right? I mean, like when people say Washington politics, I mean, I always found that sort of like that construct to be absurd.
Texts?
But the issue isn't where you live, right? It's not that like you come from Washington or you come from New York.
We didn't see any
about,
text.
Establishment politics. And here's the thing that people have to understand: when the Tea Party began to challenge and take over the Republican Party, this was not a grassroots movement. This was funded extensively by the Koch brothers. It may have been grassroots when it was actually the Tea Party was, part of Ron Paul's campaign in 2008. But it quickly became a Koch brothers network funded entity. And people forget at that time, the Koch brothers had essentially built I guess you could call a network that was rivaling, if not more powerful than the RNC. They bought all of the voter data files. They basically edged out the RNC. This is the progressives in this instance, relative to the Democratic Party, do not have those same type of resources. It is just because someone comes from New York or their great grandfather was a playboy, and now they're writing about, is not indicative of what we're talking about when people say Washington politics. They're talking about establishment politics. They're talking about a politics that does not care about people, everyday people. Continue.
But they're bringing up Morris, but it's revealing why they're bringing up Morris, because the consultants that they favor all come from New York and D.C., but they're annoyed that the campaign had rhetorical and ideological difference from the other campaigns they support, where the consultants are coming from DC and Washington. And have you ever seen when Eric Swalwell dropped out because of his accusations of rape, or when you had, other campaigns that ended in disgrace because of personal scandals?
Swalwell had just orders of magnitude more evidence. Also, all these other people were like, yeah, I knew that, I helped cover it up, etc. Everybody weighed in on it instantly and were like, yeah, I knew about this, and I didn't know what to do, blah, blah, blah. Right? Here, you have the exact opposite. Nobody else has commented, nobody who was there, nobody who was around at the time, and he's denied it. So you just have the lady on Jake Tapper, and nothing else. What up, Zoot?
Scandal, Andrew Cuomo, which many of these people were supportive of. Have you ever heard of
the hypothetical I said earlier? Too old. Your ex is a big. You said your ex, who asked you to move to Israel with her in 1996. She's running for the Senate, and she's looking like she might win. You get a phone call from some rich guy who's like, too old, there's a fucking $100,000 here for you if you say that, she did sex crimes against you. What are you gonna do? Are you willing to lie to help keep a Zionist extremist out of office? No, you're turning down the money? Again, this is a hypothetical. Yeah, okay, again, she's not the rape. In this scenario, you're collaborating with some fucking campaign guy to smear her because she's a threat. She's dangerous Zionist, alright? Because I gotta say, I'm fucking doing it. I mean, I don't. I'm just saying.
Focus on the consultants this much, and I think it gives away the game because
again,
this whole class of Democrats is financially threatened.
I'm not making any comment on the actual fucking plausibility of it, because it's extremely plausible. It definitely sounds like it happened. I'm saying, what are we to do in this situation going forward? Because I don't think we handled this properly, Yeah, I don't think it's 100% enough to make a campaign advisor toxic if they believe the candidate over an accuser. With this, again, uncorroborated story. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jaeger. Legging traps. Yeah, we're just fucking... we're doing with Tula. Yeah. Ex-assholes to take the L. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out how to avoid that next time. Because they're going to do this every time. Whether it's true or not. Right? And we need to find a way to manage this that's not resulting in this article I just put on the screen. This article. Like, how do we avoid this next time? Because it's going to happen, I would say, every single fucking progressive election from now on. I think we botched this,
and they're resentful of Morris Katz from the Zohran Mamdani campaign onward for doing politics in a different way that doesn't enrich them with all of these media ad buys. And so that is part of like the proxy for why they're going after Platner this hard, is because they are becoming irrelevant,
not
and
because
they want
fucking
to
care
kill
about
Morris
women,
in the crib
again.
essentially, and this kind of campaigning.
I want to make something clear. James Carville, the idea that he was not aware of Bill Clinton's past while he was campaigning, I don't know if he was the campaign manager or Stephanopoulos was the campaign manager, but they were the two primary people. Incidentally,
Joe
a major
Biden
documentary done about them, and the idea that Carville is not...
For the record, Tara Reid had significantly more evidence and corroboration and witness testimony, etc.
Sort of like looking for publicity is absurd.
Not to even get on Cuomo, man. Cuomo had
of Democratic politics.
Like I said, orders of magnitude
years.
more.
He is still people are still going to him for comments now about what the Democratic Party should do today. Married to Dick Cheney's, one of Dick Cheney's key political operatives. This is a guy who clearly knew what Bill Clinton's past was, and there is not, you never hear a single peep about that. But let's go back to Karen Finney, who incidentally
the young Democrats
not only
of
worked
Arizona.
for Hillary Clinton, but was also worked for John Edwards. And I will tell you,
YDA did
I
not
was supportive
elaborate
of
on
John
the details
Edwards.
of
I
these
liked
alleged
his political
behaviors.
message. I didn't know anything about what was going on with John Edwards, but this is not a guy who necessarily showed a tremendous amount of integrity.
Alluded to that the claims against Newkirk came from multiple individuals who had known him for a lengthy period of time. But it's not anything that you can actually state or have anybody raise these concerns, or they seem like they're really concerned. Like concerning behavior that nobody wants to talk about, or these people are completely fucking amoral, right? And they're going to try to use our morality against us. We need to have a way to fucking handle it. Because so far we don't, Yeah. No. It's not surprising that believe women is weaponized selectively. Yeah. John Edwards, the guy who talks to dead people? No, it was the guy who ran for president, right?
When it came to his relationships with women, but continue.
No, he and his team owe the people of Maine an apology. They will never get it, but they sure deserve it.
I think the voters of Maine actually owe
Pretty sure he already apologized, didn't he?
The Democratic primary voters owe the rest of the Mainers an apology. Democrat primary voters knew Graham Platner was awful the whole time. They knew that he said society should be disrupted if you didn't agree with him. They knew that women had credibly accused him of physical abuse. They knew that, in fact, Graham Platner said that he had a very flexible moral compass. The badness is why Democrat primary voters picked him, and they're the ones that foisted this problem on us. Don't just blame Graham Platner. Blame Maine Democrats.
He was before...
Pause it for a second. But first of all, what is the problem that was foisted upon that guy?
I don't know.
Like, what is the problem that was foisted upon that guy?
I mean, I think the reality is that he was blackout drunk and he doesn't fucking know,
By that, right, I mean, where is the apology
I think
that
he
we're
spent,
getting from the...
a significant chunk of his 30s blackout drunk, So I don't,
100 or 90 some odd million people who voted for... it's just absurd.
Yep. And I mean, they hate the voters. They're resentful of the voters. They think the voters are hogs that are easily manipulated and led around and hypnotized by Graham Platner's voice. And they have motivated reasoning behind that because they don't want to look at what resonated about that campaign, which were the issues and wanting to cut taxes, raise taxes on billionaires, wanting a Medicare for all style system. wanting to end the genocide in Gaza and cut off arms to Israel. I also think that is some of the motivation around going after Morris as well, because he's an American Jew that was behind Zoran Mamdani's campaign, and there's a Zionist press that is out for any Jewish person right now, Brad Lander included, we'll play that later, who is speaking about the humanity of Palestinians. So, like,
people keep saying that. How was this supposed to be uncovered during a vetting process? He continues to deny it. Like, I mean, did you rape anybody? Graham? No, I never did any rapes, bro. Oh, well, you know. Let me talk to your friends. Hey, did Graham ever rape anybody? No, I never saw him do any rapes. You know, like...
There's just a lot of stuff here that isn't about the campaign.
Presumably that conversation happened, no?
About Graham Platner's personal character or what was overlooked about his past Reddit posts, which is, I think, a fair conversation for people to have, but it wasn't resonating in Maine. Like, we're talking not about electing Graham Platner as the best American on the planet. We're talking about electing him in a representative democracy in a purple state where he was resonating and riding that momentum because it was the best chance of defeating Susan Collins with a platform that we also supported. So there's these two dueling track conversations about Platner that seem to not intersect, but the one that's most important is the part about what voters wanted. And I don't understand why people seem to not be foregrounding that at all, because we're talking about politics and electoral politics.
I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, if you were to take
a guy can't have a totem tattoo without being accused of being a sex criminal.
It would be a very, very different conversation, simply as a function of, like, you know, Maine is not.
You want Susan Collins to win?
You know, the center of the media, and Maine is also like I don't know if it's how unique it is in terms of its insular or parochial quality, but that's a nature of Maine politics. I can assure you that the overwhelming number of people who voted in that Maine Democratic primary have absolutely no idea or care, frankly, for that matter, where this show, any show, CNN, whatever it is, where they are on this. And it is quite clear, you know, the New York Times had a story, I think it was today, that the one thing that Maine Democrats seem to be completely unified on, I'm talking in terms of the candidates and the voters, is they want Chuck Schumer and the Democratic establishment to stay
that's what I'm saying.
Of like, what's going on. And I know you've touched on it probably briefly. The mechanism in which they're going to find another candidate is...
you or I might find his behavior in military appalling, but, like, again, like, this fucking, you know, people elect veterans. That's a very popular, you know, like, that's generally seen as a good thing for people running for office. So, like, I'm not trying to apply my moral framework at some fucking, you know, determiner. Like, DSA didn't endorse him. You know, I wouldn't have endorsed him either. Like, but I'm also, like, not at the stage where I need to, like, determine for the voters that this guy is somehow beyond the pale when his behavior is completely in line with every fucking elected official that state has ever had before. You know?
Most part.
Look, man, like,
a pretty good one.
I'm just trying to fucking think about how we can chart a path so that they are not able to use the next guy they successfully destroy against us. This is, what's his name? Who was the guy? Tukes, what was the guy's name in Massachusetts? That guy. Just Alex Morris. Exactly. How do we not get Alex Morris?
relative to the sort of like urgency that they find themselves in. It is going to be 600 delegates from across, I think it is, 60 counties in Maine?
16
counties in Maine. And those delegates are going to be elected at meetings that if you're a Maine voter, you can go and attend.
That's what I mean.
And actually nominate yourself to be.
I'm not saying anything about the credibility of this specific accusation or the witness or whatever. I'm just saying I think it would be very easy to manufacture a scenario like this against most people who would be running for office. So I think we need to I just think we need to have a better strategy. And again, I think, yes, like a formal vetting process through an organization like the DSA would, have sorted this guy out anyway, but not for this reason, Like, how do we get behind people that we know? Like, how can we know something to such an extreme degree that we're able to resist bad faith attacks? Let's just say it's made up, right? Not this case, just a hypothetical. We have a guy like Platner and they make some shit up about him, but he's not a fucking Nazi veteran or whatever, so we trust him. Like, he's a DSA member and everybody trusts him and knows him. Then what do we do? Then what do we do? Because that's what we need to have an answer for. Because again, Alex Morse, I think we should. That's an L. We should feel bad about that. DSA revoked the endorsement and stuff. That fucking sucked. It's definitely the story is, but let's move away from that story to a hypothetical future event, right? Because that is just really, we're too close to it. It's hard to, need some separation. But again, does anybody disagree that they are going to do something like this going forward? That's all they got left, man. We're at that point in the escalation ladder, right? We've seen them try. They spend fucking $30 million, $50 million. They'll spend whatever. They have basically infinite money, right? And we've seen that they did with what's his face, the Jewish congressman who was mildly critical, and then they spent millions to get him kicked out. Was that guy Andy Bernstein or something? Just for having a Brad Lander type take. He was a Brad Lander type, and they spent fucking millions of dollars primarying him. Right? There's no appeasing these freaks. You can't. You have to repeat the talking points, or else they will spend against you. Yeah, I know, but that's what I mean. I think, but that's what I mean is I think, it's a new day. It's a new day. I think the assumptions about the cynicism, I think, are what we need to update. And 11, that's right. Yeah, and 11. Yeah. We are currently operating under the assumption, the Kwame Ture thing, man, they have no morals. They don't have any sense of right and wrong. They're, about as close to evil as you could be. I think, yeah, I know. So, okay, well then that's the scenario then. We have a guy running for the Senate, been in the DSA 10 years. Everybody knows him, good guy, no, not a soldier, no, history of, any kind of misconduct. His Reddit account is edgy. but maybe not as edgy. Or maybe, yeah, it's as edgy. Maybe it's even edgier. Let's say that. Okay. And similar situation. This guy raped me when he was blackout drunk. But first of all, how do you defend against that, period? Right? You'd have to prove you weren't blackout drunk, I guess? Like, I mean, that's a... I don't know if that's ever been tried in court. I think it has, actually. Yeah, Booney's right. A lot of the reaction from Twitch people and other online personalities was more about patting themselves on the back and saying, see, Hasan bad, Mike bad, etc. Just the usual self-fart sniffing about everyone is a lib but themselves. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. But, I mean, okay, so here's the scenario. If it's a guy who's not a veteran, who's like, you know, because chastity belt it is, man. I mean, I'm just saying, I think we need to be... I just think we need to update our, you know, starting position about who we're dealing with, I guess. And with the media heft behind them is the other thing, too. They can, like, fucking change reality at the drop of a dime just by having the networks all fucking say the same thing. Like... It's really affected. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it and it's daunting. Sex consent documents? Yeah, but I mean, this is like a guy in his 30s who were dealing with something from 10 years ago, you know, when he was just in college or whatever. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to find somebody from your friend group or whatever. I'm just saying, like... Well, I don't know about that though, man. Like... I don't know about that. I think it is good, because I do think, like... I think, the question we don't know is, will we be able to take possession of the party? Right? We can obviously defeat them, we can obviously make inroads, we can obviously set policy demands, like the fucking voters are, you know, in line, you know, with basically Bernie's platform or whatever, right? Like, we can do that much. We've not yet actually tried to wrest control, like, you know, force the vote style or whatever, you know, like, this is new. We're in new terrain here. The squad was like too timid and they were all scared and didn't do shit. Right? I think we got, you know, we're coming in with a head of steam this time. You know, or we will be. No, what do you mean? Show me where I'm wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is new. We haven't had this yet. Let's see what happens before we go fucking throwing our hands up. Because otherwise it's going to be hard. I think, look, here's the other thing I think is going to happen, though. I think there's going to be a massive fucking collapse some point in the near future. Like, I don't think the stock market's stable. I think a lot of rich people are going to lose a lot of money. And I think that's also going to play into this.
204 Twix says,
I think they're vulnerable.
How dare you? The squad acted tirelessly and you just dismiss them like that. How dare you?
I'm just saying, it's different now than it was before, though. This is new. Yeah, they're like forcing an end time war and, you know, just the prey. Yeah, dude, exactly. Like, I'm saying, look. I was wrong last time. I was like, oh yeah, no, they should try to like be nice to Biden for 6 months or whatever. And I was wrong. I was wrong. He was evil from the start. He fucking boxed out the left from the start. Fucking, you know, I was wrong. I said I was wrong. I was wrong about that. You know? I did think they were gonna do, I thought they were gonna do Build Back Better though. I thought they were gonna do one good thing. You know, like Obamacare or whatever. Right? I thought, not that Obamacare was good, but, you know. Nothing. Fucking Brandon, dude. He stole, the first thing he like stole all that money from Afghanistan and then fucking pulled the troops out and sent them over to Ukraine. What? I just approved that without even looking. What? Makes the world a safer place, removing the nukes, strengthen the border and removes illegals. The other political side used these initiatives to channel the unrest radical change causes to make the public vote for them. Ooh, the irony. Look at this guy, wow. What nukes? Ding dong. Look, we pay 18 different intelligence gathering agencies. The CIA, the NSA, etc., right? We've had the DNI, like the procedure that we've settled on post 9/11 is like those guys tell the DNI and the DNI reports to Congress, this is the status. Every year that I can remember, like the DNI went in Congress and was like, no, there's no nukes. They don't have a nuclear program. Right? Then Mossad comes in and tells Trump, oh yeah, dude, they're 2 weeks away. Literally the thing that they've been saying since 1985. Right? And then Trump is like, all of this billions of dollars in intelligence gathering, all these satellites, all these assets on the ground, all these fucking, all of that shit, all worthless. Fucking, you know, Yoshi from fucking Mossad says that there's a, you know, their regime's soft, they're gonna fall, you know, like whatever bullshit they, and look, that's what I'm saying, that happened, right? Like we know that happened, Joe Kent talked about it, right? And Trump was like, I'm gonna go with Mossad, with what Mossad says. When you get to that point with Trump, it's like those are his options, right? And so he goes with Mossad's take and then launches this disastrous war. So do you think he did that because he's a dum-dum and he believed Mossad or whatever? Or do you think he's bad faith, like he knows what he's doing and he's doing it anyway and he's just gonna fucking, you know, lie about it so he can go along with Israel's plan? Or is he being blackmailed? I think those are your three choices at that moment, right? The CIA, the NSA, they all said there's no nukes, there's no nuclear program, they're not doing anything. You just bombed the shit out of their nuclear facility last year, there's nothing going. And Bibi and Mossad come in and say, no, there's nukes, they're about to launch, and also they're fucking weak and we can defeat them in, you know, we can defeat them in a weekend. And they'll welcome you with, you know, with cheers. Ridiculous, man. It's so, like, what the fuck? It's, if you're any kind of, like, patriot, that should piss you off. Because, you know, I'm pissed off by it. And I, you know, hate this country. I don't hate this country. I hate the you know. I don't hate it at all. I love this country. I hate the fucking ruling class. I just gave you the scenarios, man. You gotta pick one of those three. You have to settle on at least one of them. That's the conclusion that I've come to, and I don't see how, you know. I don't know why he did it. Like I said, I go back and forth between those three, and I think maybe a little bit of both, of all of them. You know? Yeah, they probably do have blackmail off him, right? Also, I think there's also like a self-blackmailing aspect to it, where it's like, it's so embarrassing for Trump to admit that like Israel's cucking him, or like he can't rein them in or whatever. Like, that's so embarrassing for him. Like, it's embarrassing for anybody, but especially for him. So that's also going on, regardless of whatever else is going on.
One of the delegates.
I don't think so, man. I don't
they're
know
all going to be sent to this convention, and it's going to be, you know, in many respects, a brokered convention, but at least it's going to be transparent. It's going to be a function of people voting in these Democratic parties. And the whole key to this...
I resisted the secret war on China take, because I was like, Trump is too selfish. Trump is way too selfish to do some shit like that's not going to pay off till down the road. You know, he's been like rigging the market. Like, he just does like weird pump and dump schemes, you know, like I cannot believe he did a pump and dump with that crypto with his fucking supporters though. That's fucked. What do you mean? Dumbass revolution? What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean... It's beautiful. Yeah, I mean... But he does it with, like, the rest of the market, too, and... I just think, like, enough rich people are making money off of it, so they don't care. It's fucked though, man. Like, that's why I think there's... I think it's too unstable. I don't think it's gonna work for much longer. I don't think, there's, like... I think eventually the international markets will react to, whatever bullshit they're pulling here. These motherfuckers.
Is going to be to keep the 15,000 people volunteered for Platner engaged.
There's nothing for them to do.
And if you have that level of enthusiasm,
all the AI data centers, I forgot about that. I didn't even mention that.
This new candidate is
the data centers, like that shit. That's just a way for them to stash their money, basically, right? They need to justify like growth for these companies that have no business plan. Like, there's no path to profitability, right? Is this the guy from Ockerville River? But they need to spend that money on something. There's nowhere else to put it, man. They have too much money, literally. Like, too much money. And still they won't share any of it.
Consistent
it's fucking
with that
bizarre.
of Platner's campaign. You know, I think there's reason to believe that it's going to be just as competitive, if not more so, than it was going to be before. But Maine voters will be deciding that, or at least Maine Democratic voters.
Doesn't mean they want to fucking nuke the world.
So, I mean, that's where we're at. But it's been fascinating from...
What happened?
Whoop.
Emma
Oh,
fucked
you
it
lost
up.
me there for a second.
Emma,
Yeah,
you
it's been
fucked it up.
fascinating from, and then you got cut.
Yeah,
out.
I got you. Yeah.
Emma fucked it
It's
up.
been fascinating from the sort of like, I haven't been as engaged in politics as normal, still probably more than you.
We just lost him
Dude,
again.
you got Graham Platner.
We can hear you though.
I don't know.
Oh.
No, not on the video. We can't. We can hear you in studio, but we have to refresh it. There we go.
Okay.
That should work. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry about that, folks. I've got weak signal here. It has been fascinating.
Did he drop out yet? He's still in the race, huh?
Brian.
Can I vote for him? Can I move to Maine and vote for him?
First of all, do you think I'd still be in
Too annoying,
state?
too old?
Yeah. Oh.
See how. Shoot.
Dang it.
Sorry.
Yep.
It has been fascinating to see how
He's in a movie, really?
right. It's been fascinating to see how there has been an attempt to extrapolate what happened
It's kind of a
Maine
shitty hotel
to
room,
Michigan
so maybe not a movie.
to any other progressive race around the country, and that is a deliberate, attempt by the establishment to regain their mojo through any means necessary. And this is what it is. This is what politics is, and this is what it is to be in an internecine fight within the Democratic Party. I mean, frankly, it was Ezra Klein and
it was
Derek
like dead
Thompson
stock. It'd never been
who
worn
articulated it. I mean, we saw it,
cool
that this is an internecine fight within the Democratic Party. We saw it during the Kamala Harris campaign. It's just very often, it's the same thing, like, where people say we shouldn't be pushing a class war.
What do
Folks,
you mean?
there has been a class war. It's just that for decades, much of the people losing that war were not even aware it was being waged. And really, for the first time during the Harris campaign, it became really clear to see where those lines were drawn. When it came to whether we were going to continue to have antitrust regulation, where we're going to continue to have a movement to disempower money in our politics. And it played out during the Harris campaign, and it's playing out again.
Yep. And I will say, because I'd forgotten about this too, we also didn't come to our certain conclusions about Platner, in a vacuum. We did have a viewer who had written into us as well, where she experienced sexual violence and then went to the campaign and had asked him about that, and she had said that she thought that his answer was sufficient to quell some of her fears. So that was part of the evidence that we had in supporting the campaign. Now there's the separate issue, I think, where people say, well, how can you look over his past Reddit posts where he glorifies violence against Iraqis and also had some racially insensitive remarks about black people as well, where, if that's a deal breaker for you, I understand that. We were compelled by some of his, I think, ability to say, I apologize for that, and I've learned and I've grown, and I do think we have to give people the capacity to do that.
He's all
and
like
also
this.
Maine voters believed it. So that, I think is relevant here.
One of those posts?
If you think that is an indication of character and that is immutable and unchanging, I don't think that is your prerogative, but that's not my worldview. And so that was the context in which he was running. And if there were another candidate in another race that wasn't one of the whitest states in the country who was also getting this kind of crap, we would be defending them just as vigorously. And so I think there's this assumption that there's a double standard here where, I think that that's something we can examine, but we're also looking at electoral politics within demographic contexts and within a very rural white state in Maine. Like Platner's views on gun control are not where I'm at. In the same way that Dan Osborne's views on immigration in Nebraska aren't where I'm at. But we're gonna fight hard to get him elected because it's important for the state of our democracy.
Yeah, and I will say, look, there's been many candidates over the years that I have supported that have either imploded. I mean, I'm thinking like, guys like Andrew Gillum down in Florida, John Edwards. I was supportive of his campaign, frankly, his behavior as a candidate was just the height of irresponsibility and of narcissism.
Thinking about it now,
Elliot Spitzer.
He's
I maintain that Elliot Spitzer, had he not, functioned so irresponsibly as governor, completely unaware of. I mean, these are not the same things that have been alleged in terms of Platner. It's not the same thing, but in terms of, supposed, I guess, sort of like mistakes in terms of support. Elliot Spitzer, still contend, would have actually been an amazing president.
Spitzer?
Edwards, Jim Webb.
Yeah, Sam, that's what I mean, dog.
Back when we had the Majority Report on Air America, went very hard for Jim Webb, and he turned out to be not the guy that I had hoped. The John Tester, in some respects, was not as good as I had hoped, but he was okay. There have been many. Through Fetterman, for that matter.
That's a fucked up post
although
to make.
Fetterman took a lot of Israel money, corporate money too. Like there's getting a conflation with Platner too, where part of why we were more trustful of Platner was because of the fact that he only took small dollars.
There's a guy on my floor freshman year from Maine.
He had better politics.
I don't think are in dispute.
Yeah, I'm not comparing any of these candidates to Platner.
It's kind of known that black folks don't tip.
From a distance.
Maybe it's not fucking working.
Cut out
sorry.
again.
God.
It's frustrating.
As a commentator from a distance, make mistakes. Primary voters make mistakes.
Hold on, Sam. Hold on.
Sam, you pussy, dude. Like I said.
All right.
Sam was also a big Roy Moore guy too. I think that blew up on him too.
I mean, and frankly, and Al Franken, people still,
that's what I mean.
Al Franken should have been pushed out at that time. I mean,
we have to know who's an Al Franken
in the context
and who's a
of attempting to fight an establishment that has all the resources, that has all the energy, that has the best reach to low information voters. There are going to be mistakes that are made over the course of these things.
Are going to say it's valid no matter what it is.
It happened with the Tea Party, as I said, like your Christine O'Donnell's on the way to them essentially taking over the party. So there's going to be some version of that one way or another. And obviously, I'm glad that Graham Platner dropped out. And to the extent That you can assess these things, the story from Jenny Rasico sounded credible to me, and at the very least, Platner must have known that it was out there and should have addressed it, earlier. She was supportive of his politics. She was hesitant to bring anything up in the context of the campaign, and I certainly can understand and am aware of the difficulty of someone coming out and reporting rapes in real time. I mean, there's nothing, that strikes me about that other than being tragic. And so, this is where we're at. And hopefully, Maine Democratic voters will again choose a politics that is against the oligarchy, that is for material benefits for the vast majority of people. and we'll see. I mean, for the most part, most of the people in the race, to varying degrees, are subscribing to similar politics. Some more than others, and Maine voters will figure that out. There really isn't time for ads or outside promotion. It's going to be what group of people in Maine are most motivated to go down to those county caucuses and get themselves elected, and then become a delegate, and then vote for hopefully a progressive candidate, and hopefully those folks, those 15,000 folks who voted, I should say volunteered in Platner's campaign, do not get discouraged and continue to fight for the politics they want.
Isn't it, Sam? They're done playing with you.
Exactly.
Platner was the compromise.
Why don't you choose a clip?
Next clip? Okay.
My internet is so dicey here.
Well, I'll read some IMs, and then I do want to play the Lander thing, so I'll just read a few IMs. Jack said, "This is why we need Lincoln Chafee. He has no scandals." Bob Villain, I always get so excited to see burly white men run as populist progressives, and I'm feeling like a damn fool right now. Well, we don't need to, make further assumptions about other burly white men. I think, even though,
I mean, I'll just say,
appreciate that.
I've been thinking about your talk with the Slate lady. Like, they just wanted the guys. Like, I think part of it is they're sick of hiring or voting for lawyers.
Yeah. Nicola, Sam, at least per the DSA ambition, where taking over the Democratic Party is concerned, the intention isn't to make the party like it was 50 years ago. It's to use that structure to build an actual leftist party with the intention of building socialism. It's more ambitious and progressive than making the Dems New Deal again. New Deal.
No, and I'm not. I'm not speaking for the DSA, but I'm talking about in terms of the actual platforms that we see. I'm out at a place.
Yeah, libs just fucking up
where they have. And Brian, I know you've been here, but they have a. In addition to their buses,
resistance is weakening, though.
They have a free Uber-style service that is paid for by the fees that are collected in this area. And
the white
I'm
folks
like,
are going to stiff you when you're in the fucking check.
We're talking about making buses free in New York City as if it's like some type of a Bolshevik revolution, and they got free door-to-door car stuff here. Like, are you kidding me? Paid for by the city? I mean, that my point's not what the DSA's agenda is as a party or an institution or an organization. My point is in terms of like the policy positions that are espoused at the moment, particularly with the candidates who are running for federal office. These are not radical proposals in the context of the history of the United States. I mean, in New York State, in California,
dropped out of college when I had the chance.
40 years ago, you could basically go to college for free. If not totally free, before then. We had FDR's policies of the WPA, of bailing out homeowners. I mean, on and on and on. This stuff is, in today's parlance, is considered completely wildly fantastical. We had a 90% tax on the top marginal rate in the 50s and 60s. Nobody is proposing that. Outside of myself, and I'm not a candidate, but I'm saying there's no candidates who are proposing that. I mean, so the politics that we're talking about are not radical in the context of the history of the United States. They're radical in the context of what the corporate media and what we've been sort of like trained to believe.
We had a Heather Cox Richardson clip. I don't know. Did we play that clip?
No, because I didn't love her framing, but it is interesting how she still got to the fact that DSA is not that radical.
Yeah, she suggested that Mom Downey would be to the right of Republicans in 1936.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why we didn't play it.
Yeah.
But I think on this front here, this is the water park in my hometown of Manor, North Dakota, Raging Rivers. Emma, you might have seen this when you were going through there.
Maybe.
But and when I was leaving for college, it went bankrupt, and I'm like, oh no, that was so fun because I got a nice big water slides, lazy river, stuff like that. And guess who's owned it since 2009? And
they wrote these songs about changing the world, and then
they just bought it. And like people don't even think about it. And I have people that use this every single summer, and then question me about Zohra Mamdani doing a city grocery store. It's like the main attraction to our city in the summer is owned by the city.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's amazing.
Is there a wave pool?
Make shit doing this.
There is. I think that is a wave pool. It's been so long since I've been down there.
That's a big deal.
I think there is a wave pool over there. There used to be. There's go-karts and stuff like that. You can see in the top left there. It's a great experience.
I kind of like water parks.
Anybody ever done
I guess
DoorDash?
people who can lie about a genocide feel licensed to lie even about the illegal detention and threatening of American citizens. This happened anywhere else in the world, it would be a massive international incident.
The battle between Musk and Khanna is because Roe said Elon Musk is a trillionaire and I want to take his money away from him and give it to other people.
Are you sad that Senator Lindsey Graham has died?
No, I'm not sad. I'm not celebrating it either. He argued for wars, including this Iran war that outlives him. He never met a Middle East country he didn't want to invade.
You've had amazing reviews for the book, Donald Trump, who over the weekend posted on Truth Social the book was a joke. 90% of his contents were fake news.
I remember back in 2019, I did a story that he really didn't like.
What?
They said to me, the president has a message he wanted me to pass on to you. And I said, oh, what's that?
So
he wants you to know that you're a piece of shit.
On Friday night, Senator Lindsey Graham was speaking to Ukraine's President Zelensky in Kyiv and talking up the tough new US sanctions on Russia.
Pretty crappy job.
Following night, he died suddenly in Washington, D.C. If nothing else, it's a moment to reflect on the fragility of life and to pay respect to a giant of US politics. But that's just not how it goes
I don't
anymore.
mind driving around.
Social media and later the airways were quickly filled with outrageous, gleeful commentary about his untimely death, proving once again that there are no taboos left. The same thing is happening in the UK,
see that you don't like Lindsey Graham and notice that he is dead. Will you condemn death?
Have been murdered at the age of 78.
I do condemn
In both cases,
death.
there are tasteless jokes, bitter celebrations, and wild conspiracy theories. In both cases, people have every right to feel and say whatever they like. And I have every right to feel and say that they are deplorable and
Please
classless.
subscribe. Did I say
Many people
that?
didn't like the way that
Please.
Senator Graham operated. They didn't like his politics. He made himself one of the great DC survivors by cozying up to President Trump when it suited him, and he was also for decades one of the most ferocious hawks in politics, with claws sharpened for just about every war the US could possibly get involved in. Most recently, he was one of the loudest cheerleaders for the disastrous Iran war, which is now raging all over again, as we will discuss. There's a time and a place to debate his ideas and his legacy, and there's a respectful way of doing so. Celebrating his death is not that. And I said exactly the same thing when President Trump jumped on the graves of Robert Mueller and Rob Reiner. When tragedy strikes, remember the words you probably you were taught when you were 4 years old. If you've got nothing nice to say, well, just shut up. Well, Mehdi Hasan and Hogan Gidley are standing by, but we begin with a man who's made a lot of headlines this weekend, Democratic Congressman for California, Khanna. Congressman Khanna, welcome to Uncensored again. You hit the news because you were detained, you said, in the West Bank in Israel for 90 minutes by armed Israeli settlers during a visit there last week. You posted on X, Israeli settlers brandishing American-made M4s detained me and other Americans on my trip to Palestine. When the IDF arrived, they sided with the settlers and continued our detention. They made a huge mistake. Now, you were visiting a small Palestinian village that was abandoned after escalating attacks from settlers and then demolished. You were eventually allowed to continue your journey, but this has created a huge firestorm, obviously. A spokesman for the Israeli military said it received a report of Israeli civilians unlawfully blocking the vehicles of foreign nationals and members of the news media near the village. Troops were dispatched to reopen the road. The spokesman said the military disputed its soldiers had participated in blocking the exit and said the identity of the armed civilian was being reviewed. And when Benjamin Netanyahu was asked about this, he said this.
We're a country of laws, and people who break the law, we take them to court.
You're a lawbreaker.
In the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, we've had thousands of attempted attacks and warnings against terrorist activities, against innocent Israelis, families, mother with their children driving along the road. They're stopped by terrorists and they kill them, and this has happened again and again and again.
Yeah.
There is a vigilante effort, not by the settler community. They're 99.9%, law-abiding citizens. I don't want vigilantes of any kind, and we are working to put them under the law. But I think if we put things in perspective, we should see that we have thousands of attacks and some few, but obvious breaking of the law. Then we apply the full measure of the law against them.
Now, what's interesting about this is that Haaretz, which is one of the big newspapers over there, wrote an editorial on the incident in which it was entitled, Ro Khanna got the VIP version of what West Bank Palestinians face every day. And certainly there have been myriad reports of appalling behavior by Israeli settlers.
I mean, I kind of trust that he is who he says he is because he's not that good, you know?
And repeated evidence in these reports of the IDF siding with the settlers, even when they appear to be committing crimes. So, Haaretz is not wrong here by categorizing this as being you, as an American over there, obviously encountering what Palestinians get all the time. So,
I mean, I think he largely believes what he
my
says.
apologies for that.
And
But
just,
Rokano,
I
your
think he's
response
very,
in particular to what Netanyahu said.
very careful in what he says.
Well, I appreciate your laying out all the facts. I am just stunned that Americans are detained by vigilantes. A foreign government cooperates with those vigilantes, and the American factual account is being disputed. I don't understand it. I mean, there was a New York Times photographer there. It's not just my testimony. It is the testimony of Israelis who were with me. It is the testimony of security forces. It was written up in detail in Reuters and the New York Times. And the prime minister is denying what happened. His ambassador is denying what happened. I guess people who can lie about a genocide feel licensed to lie even about the illegal detention and threatening of American citizens. But what is outrageous is if this happened anywhere else in the world, it would be a massive international incident, and it would require the government to immediately arrest the people who did this and to investigate the soldiers who did this.
A lot of your critics, as you know, because they've come racing out to criticize you, the Israeli ambassador to the US, Dr. Michael Leiter, said you mischaracterized it. He accused you of visiting the West Bank as a political stunt to distract from your past support of Graham Platner, the former Maine US Senate candidate accused of sexual assault, and to promote your own presidential run for the White House in 2028. What do you say to that?
Well, he didn't describe any of my 3 previous visits to Israel as political stunts. What bothers them is that I said I wanted to have a Palestinian-led tour through the West Bank. And I informed the Israeli government that I was going. Obviously, I got through the airport. They helped me get back home. But what bothers them is that I said I was going to visit Palestine from a Palestinian perspective. And it's not just about me. They don't want other American politicians to do that. Just today, there was body camera footage released about this whole incident, which shows that the IDFs were siding with the settlers. And so the ambassador is on national television just lying. Now, their hope is that America just moves on and they can obfuscate the facts, but they're
Get 'em, Rohit.
really risking the anger of a lot of people in America because this was how they treated American passport holders.
And what is extraordinary is it comes against a backdrop of Israel getting more and more unpopular globally, but especially in the United States, with nearly 2/3 of U.S. adults now having a negative view of Israel, which is significantly up year on year. I've repeatedly called out members of the Israeli government like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir in particular,
No
whose
comment
rhetoric
check.
and action,
What up?
and in particular actually involving the aggressive expansion of settlements
What up?
in the West Bank and the
How's
idea of
everyone doing?
complicity in that. These
How's
guys,
everyone doing?
they
Dude,
don't seem
I'm
to
losing
care
2-0.
about how unpopular they make Israel if they can have license to achieve their bigger plan, which appears to be expelling all the Palestinians out of Gaza, out of the West Bank, getting rid of maybe up to 1 million people out of southern Lebanon as well now. That they have a grand plan here,
Welcome in.
and they don't really
Thanks
care
for following.
about global opprobrium for it.
I'm glad you're here.
You're absolutely
Let me
right.
pause it.
It's just the utter arrogance of
up.
power. Here's
I'm
what would
playing
happen
FIFA.
in a normal situation. Let's say this happened
kid's
to me in
kicking
Saudi
my ass.
Arabia or China, not necessarily always aligned with the United States. You would have the head of state or some cabinet member come out and say, we absolutely condemn what happened to Congressman Khanna and the other Americans. We will make sure that we take prosecutorial action against the vigilantes who did this, and we will have an internal investigation. This is not how we do business, and we're sorry that this happened to Americans. And if they did that, it would be a one-day story. But the fact that they are calling into question my credibility, the question calling into credibility the New York Times photographer, the New York Times journalist, the Israeli citizens who were testifying to this.
I'm Matt. This is the unelectable airwaves, aka Craig Communism. I'm trying to mute. I've never liked the name unelectable airwaves. My former partner Tony picked it, and I've been stuck with it ever since. But I like, we say we do communism and crank shit, and it's basically like do the news, like and then talk about crank shit late at night. You'll see if you stick around. We have a lot of fun. This is a great community, and I think you'll fit in nicely. What do you mean? That's what I said. Crank Communism. That's the YouTube channel. YouTube.com/Crank Communism, or whatever the link is. It's in chat. Yeah. We've been having some tough conversations.
Denying that there was
That's what I'm
anything
saying. We're talking about
wrong.
crank shit.
It just shows how arrogant they are to deny things that people are seeing with their own eyes on video.
What do you make as
I try to do 50, but I never do. It's always more like
of some of the more vicious
mostly politics,
commentary
a little bit
about the death of Lindsey
the
Graham,
UFO stuff at
who,
the end.
I had a lot of issues with some of his
Here's-
stances, not least
oh my
in the
God,
war
he's
in
gonna
Iran,
make
for
them
example,
condemn death.
and other wars. He was, he was big on war. But I interviewed him a number of times.
What do you mean? I
once
love
interviewed
this
him
channel.
with John McCain and
This is
Joe
my
Lieberman,
favorite stream
and
on
the three
Twitch.
amigos all together, actually. I went down to the Senate and did them there for CNN. It was an amazing experience. And he also did a lot of bipartisan work.
He sucked. He did
crossing the aisle
bad
and making
things.
happen
Always bad. Nothing
with
good. His
Democrats.
entire career.
So there was a lot of good
Not a single
in
thing.
him, as well as things I didn't agree with. But this place we've got to as a society, and we're seeing the same here in the UK after the death of Anne Widdecombe, a famous Conservative member of Parliament here. The glee that some people
Oh my God,
seem to
Piers,
want to
you're
express
not doing this,
in the
are you?
immediate aftermath of
Oh
a
my
human
God, you
being's
suck
death.
so bad.
And we've
Yeah.
seen it, as I said in the intro, from Donald Trump towards people like Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller and people like this. I don't like that either. What do you feel
Rob
about
Reiner.
this? What should we do about this?
It's so funny he went after Rob Reiner for no reason.
I actually agreed with your monologue, your introduction, that if you don't have something nice to say about someone who has passed, you can keep your mouth shut at that time.
That's how I feel.
Lindsey Graham and I had very different views on foreign policy, but he's someone who wore the nation's uniform. He served in the Air Force. He questioned his own party on immigration, saying that there should be a path to citizenship. He would engage in debate. And it's not just being uncivil. It shows that in our country, we're no longer to see the humanity in any way.
Aliens are in cahoots with the actual Nazis? I've heard that. I don't think I believe that.
On the truth. The essence of liberalism is to have a humility that you may not have the whole truth. That in a country of 330 million, maybe you should have some sense of listening to other people and having debate. And so there's something really wrong with our political culture that we can't have a decency when someone passes away who we strongly disagree with.
You had a run-in also with Elon Musk. He threatened to sue you after you accused him of possibly sentencing 4.5 million children to death with the cuts to the US Agency for International Development. You said in a podcast last month, they're celebrating that he created 4,500 millionaires, but they don't talk about the 4.5 million children around the world who he possibly sentenced to death by dismantling USAID. He responded by calling you a liar and a robber, while also accusing you of insider stock trading. Time to sue this liar, Musk wrote.
Oh, yeah?
You responded to that by pointing to a 2025 study that determined that without access to USAID resources and funding, 14 million people in lower middle income countries could die by 2030, including more than 4.5 million children under the age of 5. You also said, Elon, I thought you were a free speech guy. Why not debate me on these issues instead of threatening
debate
lawfare?
He's so fucking stupid.
Has he actually gone through with suing you?
Of course not.
He hasn't. I was a bit surprised. You become a trillionaire, the richest person in the world, and you're obsessing about a statement I made. And it obviously got under his skin because the cuts that he did to Doge had real-world consequences. And I cited two academic studies, the Lancet study and the Gawande study, saying that when he cut food and medicine from some of the poorest people, that potentially could have led to deaths. And it's surprising to me that he threatened a lawsuit because, he claims he's all for free speech. But I'm happy to debate him or the ideas on their merit, and I wish he would do that.
Just finally, there's, as we've been talking,
I didn't even say, if my chat's not following, do we get a shout out for no comment?
The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it's only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering
20%, he said.
All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, in the matter of fairness, we will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process of formation will begin immediately. There's a very competing narrative here.
They're not even charging tolls. Trump just doesn't want to submit to them. It's so fucked up.
And appear to have shut it down again. Donald Trump is adamant that it is open and will remain open, but just in the way that the Iranians are charging a toll and want to have a toll process for ships going through there safely with their backing, Trump is now saying he wants 20% of all value of all cargo shipped to provide security for ships going through. Does any of this make sense to you?
The greatest tragedy with Donald Trump is he didn't listen to Winston Churchill's basic advice that to be a statesperson, you had to read history. And had Donald Trump read any history about what happened with Mossadegh and the overthrow of Mossadegh in 1953, because Mossadegh wanted to nationalize Iranian oil, and how the cardinal sin of the overthrow of Mossadegh has destabilized the region, he would never make a statement that the United States somehow wants to take over the Strait of Hormuz and engage in a kind of gunboat diplomacy. He would instead be working with the international community to make sure that we had the denuclearization of Iran, some kind of agreement, and not provoking them by threatening to conquer the Strait of Hormuz or take over the Strait of Hormuz. It is its illiteracy of world history and American history that, in my view, is actually the greatest weakness.
Finally,
Yeah, Piers loves Trump.
on Sunday,
He's always
you
defending
said
Trump.
you regretted endorsing the former Maine Senate candidate.
He's like,
Graham
everybody's
Platner,
got
who's now dropped
TDS.
out of the Senate race.
Oh,
After an
they've
ex-girlfriend
got
came forward
Trump derangement
and allegedly
syndrome,
sexually
isn't it?
assaulted her.
Shut up,
He's
loser.
denied those allegations, but has dropped out. He said you got the call wrong. I endorse a lot of people, but when I make a mistake, I take accountability. You were criticised for endorsing him even after a photograph emerged of Platner with a tattoo on his chest resembled a Nazi symbol, and there was already backlash over online remarks about survivors of sexual assault and so on after other girlfriends had claimed he was aggressive towards them. I guess my question to you would be, you know, when it comes to these kind of things, the feeling that people get is that politicians get very tribal. That if the situation had been reversed and this was a Republican candidate,
if it was
you'd have been
Joe
straight
Biden,
out
it happened last year.
along with a lot of Democrats.
We all saw it
saying,
happen.
This
Or
is
Swalwell
disgusting,
just a
he's
few
got to
months
stand
ago.
down and so on, much quicker than you distanced
Completely
yourself
different.
from Platner because he was on your side. What do you say to people that feel that?
Like you would say this to
First of all,
Kamala
I think
or
that's
whatever.
a fair criticism,
you know?
and I appreciate you giving this the appropriate attention. In some other interviews, it becomes half the questions as opposed to one question of many things in the world. But look, do politicians give the benefit of the doubt to their own side? Yes. Do I need to be more sensitive to the biases we bring? Yes. Should we
It's just that, like,
think about
the left are the
how
only
we
ones
treat
who
the
actually fucking care,
imperfections of,
you know,
our
who
opponents,
actually try to get it
and
right,
people on
you
the
know?
other side with far less forgiveness than we do our own side? Yes. And that's what I said when I said I made a mistake, that I should have seen the signs earlier, and I probably should reflect more about this bias that we have in politics and why I owned up to the mistake of getting this call wrong.
Do you know what? That might be one of the most honest things a politician has said to me in the entire time I've done this show. So I appreciate that. Khanna, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Joining me now to debate all this is Mehdi Hasan, founder of Zatea,
Oh,
and
shit.
Hogan Gidley, the former White House deputy.
Oh,
press
this
secretary.
guy. Look
Mehdi,
at this
that
guy's
was-
hair.
that was
Is that a
quite something
hairpiece?
to hear a politician just say, yeah, I was biased, I was partisan.
It's like
my
alfalfa. It's
thinking
like
about this, my
intentional
judgment
alfalfa.
was skewed, effectively, what he was saying, by the fact this was a Democrat who was involved in a scandal, and that he would have felt differently if it had been a Republican, and he's got to think about that. I always like it when a politician shows self-awareness, a bit of brutal honesty, and tells us what we're all pretty much thinking anyway.
No, I agree with you. And I think Khanna has won over a lot of admirers because that is the approach he takes to politics. He's quite honest. He tries to be transparent. Excuse me, I've lost
I'm
my
voting for
voice after
Khanna.
shouting at the screen on Saturday after the game. So,
Do you know what? There are
I'll try
millions
and-
of people
I'm rooting
around the
for
world,
England
Mehdi
too,
Hasan,
though, Piers.
absolutely jubilant,
Dude.
not at the result on Saturday, but the fact you've
Oh,
lost your voice.
Let's go, England.
No, not quite. I'll get it back. I'll get it
Come
back
on,
for this
lads.
discussion.
Including
And for
Hogan
when-
Gidley.
And for Wednesday's game, of course. It'll be back for Wednesday and then gone again Thursday. But I think, look, Khanna has been admired by a lot of people for doing that. He goes into a lot of spaces that other politicians don't go into. He's obviously running for president in 2028. He's a guy who goes on Fox and talks to Republican audiences. In fact, funnily enough, Piers, you mentioned Elon Musk threatening to sue him. I pointed out to Musk, I tweeted at Musk, which of course he ignores me, that Musk used to be a big fan of Khanna. He used to praise Khanna as a guy who could reach across the aisle. Now he hates him because Khanna called him out.
That is true. Hogan Gidley, welcome back to Uncensored. Just in response to this breaking news from Donald Trump about the Hormuz Strait, because it
Oh my
seems
God.
to me, you know President Trump better than most. It seems to me
You'd
he's
think,
got himself
but
into
maybe not.
an unholy mess with this Iran war. If he can get out of it cleanly tomorrow in a way that didn't look like an abject failure, he would. But it's impossible to do that. And
impossible.
the Iranians
Absolutely
are
impossible.
continuing to exercise control of this strait
At every turn.
And as long as they have that, it's hard to listen to what Donald Trump says about the Americans now running it.
He's so
keeping
full of
it
shit.
open,
It's hard to take him
charging
seriously.
20%
Like-
on all cargo ships. That all sounds great, but the evidence seems to suggest that it's just not actually what's happening. The evidence seems to suggest the Iranians have control of this strait.
Before I get to that, man, make a comment about Roe since I'm up
Oh
there.
my God, shut up.
He is clearly running for president of the United States. His measured tone is one that he's trying to bring into the party and say, look at me, I can be conciliatory, but also I'm a fighter. But the battle between Musk and Ro Khanna is because Ro said Elon Musk is a trillionaire and I want to take his money away from him and give it to other people. What Ro doesn't say is that he has hundreds of millions of dollars himself. And if we're going to get into the business of saying, I want that person's money and I'm going to take it from them and then give it to somebody else.
He said he wants to raise their taxes.
I choose myself as the recipient
he pays taxes
of
in California
money,
too.
And I want big pieces of that for me. That's why he's mad.
But that wasn't actually the point of contention between them. The point of contention between them focused on the cuts that were made by Doge to USAID and the potential
and
the potential impact though of those cuts on the lives of children in particular, which have been well reported. Now Elon may want to contest those, but they are widely reported that one of the consequences could be a lot of people dying, including children.
He should engage, because I'd like to see a report that says it's the United States' responsibility and reason or rationale of existing to pay for everybody else around the world when we have our own problem right here at home. That's really problematic.
They did this on purpose. They went around the world and they convinced their vassal states to do cash crops, right? To switch over their domestic crop production to do shit that they could use to weaponize in the market, right? And as a result, millions of people around the world are like dependent on these like grain deliveries and shit. It's 100% they have knowingly like negotiated around these aid deliveries. Like they've been given like accommodations and like policy, like, you know, like these are negotiated for, these types of like USAID deliveries, and then they just fucking cancel them. I mean, I don't know, I sometimes think that like Trump and his crew just don't understand soft power, or they just don't, it's like these USAID, like just the whole like NGO, like that liberal infrastructure is essential for like maintaining the empire's grip on the world, right? Like it's a critical node in their ability to like, you know, get buy-in from the citizens of the world on their empire. It's like having that type of like subsidized middle class, like, you know, people who, you know, have email jobs, right? You know, because of some Western NGO. Like those people are essential. Like we see when they're trying to do, you know, some, like in Eastern Europe, most recently, we've seen like just thousands of people mobilized on the street to complain about whatever, you know, Ukraine-related legislation was on debate. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like they're pulling up stakes on the empire and just trying to like sell the fixtures off the, you know, like just try to, yeah, like steal the brass from the fucking, you know, copper tubes. Well, it's like they can't, like they're trying to like aggressively attack like what they see as their enemies, like this liberal middle class, like petty bourgeoisie, like, you know, like liberal college professors and like NPR tote bag people, and like again, like that lady they shot in the face. Like they are doing everything they can to try to like minimize people in that lane. And I think what they're doing is just making many more people in a more aggressive, like more overtly left-wing lane. I mean, that's what we're seeing, is like the more repressive they are, you know, people move to the left when they see that. They don't move to the right, you know. Cash crops and subsidies work like the blood cork on the slave blood boys in Dune. Once you were done with them, you just pull the cork and never put it back in. And USAID was the cork. Yeah. Yeah, it seems dumb. Like I've been saying too, is like they don't want to control these countries, right? They just want to be able to extract whatever wealth they're extracting from the country and not have to subsidize any of their, government or military or whatever. Oh, I guess military they want because they want to sell weapons. They want to get all these countries on board and then convince them their neighbors want to kill them and they should do a war. That's basically their foreign policy. It's like make countries dependent on you and then convince them to fight people. But that's not going to work if nobody trusts you, I don't think the cruelty is the point, though. I think the money's the point, and I think this is just them trying to, steal what they can today and let, somebody 5 years from now deal with it. It's so incredibly nihilistically short-sighted.
Probably part and parcel of the with the larger argument, which is it's a difference in where the money should go and where it should be spent on. The Republicans writ large want that money spent here in America. Democrats want it spent all over the world to fund all kinds of crazy projects. And so that's the real debate.
Maybe you want to respond to that? Can I respond on that specific point? Hogan's right. Of course, it's not America's responsibility to feed and provide aid to everyone in the world. That's not the debate. The debate is, should Elon Musk have sent a bunch of 20-year-olds with no qualifications or expertise into USAID to gut the department overnight? I think Musk's words were, I fed it into the wood chipper this weekend while you were all out partying. To cut off aid overnight, to leave USAID officials and diplomats and aid workers stuck in foreign countries. Some of them had to be, helicoptered out because suddenly all the funding got cut off. Their laptops got shut down. And people did lose access to aid overnight in soup kitchens and in aid clinics all over the world. Nick Kristof of the Times went and got names of children who died, and he gave them to Elon Musk, and Musk keeps ignoring it. Musk keeps saying, there are no kids. Where are the kids who died? Nick Kristof gave him a list publicly, and Musk, of course, ignored it. And the academic evidence does suggest, from multiple sources, including the Lancet Medical Journal, that millions of kids will die, that tens of thousands of children have already died as a result of these Trump-Musk Doge cuts. And that's the real issue. And by the way, to say we don't have money for it, Hogan, how much are we spending on this Iran war that you promised we wouldn't have, that your president and you said during 2024, no more wars? We're spending $100 billion, way more than the USAID budget in Afghanistan or Sudan. So please don't say we don't have the money for it when we always have money for war.
Well, first of all, that money goes to support and protect the American people and our interests around the world. And I didn't say we wouldn't get into any wars. What I said was the same thing Donald Trump said.
Trump said no more wars. Those were his words.
He said he wouldn't get into stupid wars or long-term.
He said no more wars. Those were his exact words. I have them in front of me.
And that's what he meant in the context, and you know that. That's fine. We can debate where that money should be spent and how it should go to different groups. But what Elon Musk and Doge did was kind of pull back the curtain.
No, they didn't pull back shit,
leftist,
man.
Woke policies and ideologies of our dollars being spent in these foreign countries to fund all types of radical weird behavior, as opposed to trying to help and prop up the veterans here in this country.
No, we were funding AIDS prevention.
Hogan, I would say
it was a George
hang on,
W. Bush program.
Betty, just to remind you, it's still currently my show. Despite your failing voice, you have a tendency to forget that sometimes. Hogan, the point I think people would make about this is you could make a lot of cuts to obvious waste. Some of the stuff Doge uncovered clearly was waste and should absolutely have been stopped. I saw that.
You can't take anybody seriously who says they want to cut waste without going at the Pentagon first.
Implemented too quickly, and these things do have real-world consequences. And I guess my point to you about, well, who do you help around the world? I mean, is your position that the United States shouldn't help anybody? And if it isn't, then who should they help, and how much should they be spending on helping people that were being covered by USAID?
Well, first of all, let me ask you, because you just brought up the point. What cuts were okay? Did you find
God.
Well, like I said, there were a number of things.
Literally
I can't remember
none.
the exact
They
ones
were
now.
all
I remember
horrible.
when they
They
were
were
being
all
done in
fucking
real
ridiculous,
time. A number of
nihilistic,
things being reported.
vindictive,
Elon was saying them
fucking
himself.
reactionary
Well, I was
psychosis.
nodding away, going, "Well, that makes sense, and that makes sense. Yeah, that looks like waste."
What about deranged, Ebola? Literally deranged.
Right, but there were so there were certain things in there where I thought, "Hang on, that seems a risk, a big risk. Why would you do that?" Other things seemed a little bit inhumane, a little cruel. But ultimately, it comes down to the question I posed to you, which is, what is America's moral responsibility to the rest of the world? Because on one level, President Trump and you were taking a very strong position in the run-up to the last election, which was America first, America first, America first. No more meddling in stupid wars, like you put it, and so on. Focus on getting cost of living down. Focus on American lives. A lot of people voted for President Trump on that basis, right? But that, that conflicts with reality. And the reality has been this sudden war with Iran that's proven to be unbelievably expensive, costly to American military lives, is still ongoing, despite we were being told it was all over in 2 to 3 weeks. Here we are, 4 months later. It's still raging.
Don't go nowhere.
The Iranians, the regime is in place. The IRGC are in control. They control the Strait of Hormuz. They're still firing rockets and missiles at the neighboring Gulf states. All of this is terrible. All of this could constitute, many people would argue, a stupid war.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Well, remember, Americans were taken hostage in the October 7th massacre, as you well know. Americans have been killed by Iranians for the last
that's all true.
years in this country.
Not true.
No question.
There's never none.
From Hillary Clinton
Literally
to
never
Barack
happened.
Obama
You can't name
to
a
Joe
single
Biden
time.
to Kamala
That's
Harris,
why they cite
all said Iran can't get a
1979.
nuclear weapon and shouldn't. Donald Trump was the first president to say, you know what, I'm going to try and do something about it. And
I'm gonna do something about it.
Done to stop that, because as far as I'm concerned, they've still got every single tiny piece of their enriched uranium, right? We were told last summer in the 12-day war that their nuclear capability had been put back decades, Donald Trump's words, not mine. And yet here we were 8 months later having to go to war with them because according to Donald Trump today in an interview, they were literally like minutes away from getting one and using it. So none of these things, they can't all be true.
But many of them can be simultaneously. Donald Trump and the moves they made at the Fordo nuclear plant and others was one of the most successful military operations, strategic military operations of all time. And while it did
with all due respect, how can that be true? And it also be true that only 8 months after that incredibly successful operation, suddenly America had to go to war in Iran to stop them doing what we were told 8 months earlier had been put back decades. That can't all be true.
It's not going to stop them from attempting to gain nuclear weapons, as you well know. In addition, I'm sure there were some sites that maybe weren't struck in that particular military operation. That being said, we know the design of the Iranian leaders. They've been very open about it. The death and destruction of Israel and the death and destruction of America. That's what they want to do. So if Donald Trump can use our military to prevent that from happening, not just for this generation, but for future generations
Where's the
ahead,
win right now, Hogan? Mehdi, I will come to you. I'm just giving your voice a rest. It needs it. The vocal cords need a rest. Hogan, where's the win right now? 4 months into a war that Donald Trump said would last 2 to 3 weeks. I'm not seeing a win here for the US unless I'm missing something.
Well, you know already, they've talked about ruining their ballistic missile capabilities with military strikes. The nuclear program's been set back. Their ability to pay for their proxies that commit terrorism all over the world is
terrorism, really,
too. But as you said,
really,
now we're in a different spot.
Name
and as
one
I've
time
commented, that if this appears to be a win, it won't really matter to the American people because it will look like a win. Now, how does that look moving forward to accomplish that? Are we going to have to take Carg Island? Are we going to have to take control of the Strait? I don't know that. They have military experts that have been deciding these types of outcomes for a long time, gaming this out in the Situation Room, the Pentagon, and other places. So I would imagine in the coming days and weeks, what you're going to see is an even further frustrated Donald Trump, because inevitably what we knew was going to happen was that there were some entrenched radical leaders who were committing acts of atrocity, of course, while
acts of atrocity, really
talking to some people in that government that were more moderate, When I believe they made deals with them, it was the radical side that took over, the radical side that began to fire off missiles, et cetera. And I think Donald Trump's pretty much fed up with it. He's had enough of it. And that's why you see the retaliatory strikes, upward of 90, 150 different installations struck over this past weekend.
Okay, Mehdi, I mean, the problem is the Iranians are hitting back. They still appear to be in control of the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump is saying it's open and will remain open. He's now going to do this charge on cargo shipped and so on. That again, those two positions can't both be true.
He said he's going to charge 20%, man.
And what we're seeing is a very small number of ships getting through that strait, which we know causes enormous damage to the global economic energy market, right? So this is dragged on and on and on. I do think Trump is frustrated. I do think he's pissed off with all this. And I do suspect that if we gave him his time again, he wouldn't have got into this. But he is where he is with it. What do you think is now, in reality, happening?
So, there's the famous phrase, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results. This idea that Trump is going to start a blockade again, start bombing again, start threatening Carg Island again, and anything fundamentally will change is absurd. We know that it won't change. We know the two sides are locked into this position. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. We know that negotiations are the only way to deal with the nuclear program. That was what was on the table on February 28th, that Trump and Netanyahu decided to wreck together. And the war is a disaster. Let me just deal with a lot of things that Hogan has said. Number one, just on USAID, just one last point. The idea this was some woke lefty department. The left were very critical of USAID for many years. One of the programs that the Doge really undermined was the anti-AIDS program, PEPFAR, George Bush's program. Marco Rubio was one of the biggest champions of USAID, as was the late Lindsey Graham, I should say. So this was not some left-wing thing. Even Republicans used to recognize that aid abroad is a good thing for the United States. Number two, on terms of the actual war and how it's going, it's funny that Hogan said, well, what about the ballistic missiles? Well, according to US intelligence, Iran still retains 70% of its ballistic missile capability. And the funniest thing about debating Trump people is Trump always throws you under the bus. Hogan's saying ballistic missiles are bad. But I heard Trump say a couple of weeks ago that it's fine for Iran to have ballistic missiles. They have a right to have ballistic missiles. And when a reporter said, wait, hold on, you want Iran to have ballistic missiles? He goes, well, I can't tell them not to if everyone else has them. So Trump is all over the place on this. A month ago, he said the Iranian regime were good people, nice people, smart people, rational people. Over the weekend, he said they're evil, sick people. This is the most erratic man who has ever held any kind of power in this country. And as for going to war, Hogan says stupid war. Piers, you rightly say this is a stupid war. And by the way, he didn't just say stupid war. He said no more wars in multiple rallies. Hogan was the campaign press secretary in 2024. He was there when Donald Trump said, I don't have wars, he said. He said on election night, I'm going to stop wars. I'm not going to start a war. He started this war for no good reason, because Lindsey Graham and Benjamin Netanyahu and others persuaded him to do this ridiculous war. And now we're in this stupid war where oil prices are up. He also said, by the way, Hogan, you remember, he said, I'm going to end inflation on day one. We're going to bring prices down. Instead, we've got gas prices going up and up and up because the Iranians know if they hold out for the midterms, it's going to hurt Trump and the Republicans. They have their own incentive for keeping this going. And Piers, I don't know if I said it on this show or another show, but I said, this war is not over when the MOU was signed, when the so-called ceasefire was done.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought it was. I honestly think Donald Trump is scrabbling to find an exit ramp, and he's finding it really hard because the Iranians...
escalating to exit is not a good move.
But you don't think 47 years of terror and October 7th was a good enough reason to...
So why didn't he say that on the campaign trail, Hogan? Why didn't he say, I'm going to become president and I'm going to go to war with Iran to punish them for 1979?
Well, actually, I would say, I would look at it differently. Look, you've got a lot of bad actors around the world. You've got North Korea, you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got others, right? And America doesn't march in and attack all those countries for good reason, right? Simply being a bad regime. As we learned...
Also, they have nukes, Piers.
Well, as we learned...
I
know, that's the point. But the principle should be the same. I remember with the Iraq War debate in 2003, I opposed that very vociferously because I just thought this makes no sense, and it backfired horribly and had 20 years of mayhem and led to the rise of ISIS and so on. You don't necessarily have to march in and attack bad actors in regions. Now, I will never defend a thing this regime has done in Iran. They're a despicable, awful regime that oppresses its people, and they've clearly supplied arms and resources to a bunch of terror groups in the Middle East. All of that is inarguable. But my concern from day one, I said it on day one, is what is the war objective here? Is it to get rid of the regime? And if it isn't, the very last thing you should want to do at the end of this war is empower the regime. And I have a horrible feeling that by working out the unexpectedly huge impact of being able to control the Strait of Hormuz, this Iranian regime.
I mean, but they
now
have
feels
said that
more
thing about the
emboldened
midterms.
and more powerful than it
Literally.
did 4 months ago. That's my honest problem with this.
Foreign policy, as you know, is fraught with a whole bunch of different issues. I've traveled with the president all over the world. We went to North Korea, actually, China. It's
I think they
to
think
deal with some of the geopolitical threats that this country faces. Now,
I think that they think it's more important than it actually is, though, because I think they're basing their opinion. That calculus, I think, is based on past, past like situations, it's not necessarily because they're gonna, I think they're just gonna steal it. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like, I feel like whoever he's doing all this shit, like whichever specific billionaires are like, in his ear, urging this path, they're probably also telling him, don't worry about the election, like we'll totally figure, like we'll steal it for you. And I think that they are very well poised to achieve their goals. I don't know. I don't know.
Not imminent threats. They're more economic. They're not military in nature, in that they're not doing kinetic activity in the moment and funding terrorism to try and kill Americans, which Iran, as you pointed out, clearly has done. But most news reports pretty clearly have pointed out different pockets within this Iranian regime.
No, they haven't.
And as Donald Trump said, we kind of did get rid of the regime because we killed everybody in line for control of Iran. However, there are two basically competing groups. One, very militant.
This isn't true.
I'm going to use the word old school to define, old school to define them. They're the ones who really want to continue down the path of death and destruction, stated goals of killing Americans, killing Jews,
it's the entire country.
Versus ones who may be a little bit more moderate.
Even the people who were
this administration has spoken
previously
to both
against the regime are now
it appears
supporting
that when we
it
do move
because
toward a
of them.
memorandum of understanding, it's because we've had conversations with those who tend to be a little bit more sensible and maybe care about the well-being of their own people. And then, of course, those who don't, who have killed many tens of thousands of their own people, tend to take control by striking targets, killing civilians, and then Donald Trump has to change.
This reminds me, you know what it reminds me of?
Though?
Hogan reminds me of the scorpion and the frog tale, which I won't repeat because everybody knows it, but it reminds me about the scorpion. Scorpions tend to behave like scorpions. I just want to end very quickly, Mehdi, because we run out of time.
Hold on. Just on the Iran point, I've got to say very quickly.
No, you can't. You can't because I've got another guest waiting.
Well, I waited half an hour to come on this show, and then you'd save my vocal cord. So let me just say this. The Iranian regime, to say there's been regime change in Iran is gaslighting of the highest order.
I agree.
We've replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei, a more radical, hardline version, who has much more of an incentive to get
Mehdi, I agree with you 100%. So let's forget that. I just want to ask you very finally, Mehdi, are you sad that Senator Lindsey Graham has died?
No, I'm not sad. I'm not celebrating it either, as you suggested in your introduction. I think it's a bit of a straw man to say everyone's celebrating his death. I think as journalists, Piers, you and I, we hold power accountable. We speak truth to power. I'm not of the school that says when a politician dies, a public figure dies, we treat them like a private figure and just shut up. I don't think journalism should turn into hagiography. At Zeteo, for example, we published a list of what Graham said and did. we just let the facts speak for themselves. He was a man who said awful things, genocidal things, racist things. And we put that on the record for people to see. That doesn't mean he didn't also do, I'm sure, good things in Congress as well. But overwhelmingly, he argued for wars, including this Iran war that outlives him, that killed 100 schoolgirls on day one of the war. He argued for the Iraq war that you and I opposed, that killed over 1 million people. He never met a Middle East country he didn't want to invade. And I think that's how we should remember him. We should remember the full record. The problem is when powerful people die, people in our media, especially mainstream corporate media, want to just do hagiography and say, what a wonderful person they were. Weren't they lovely? And I'm sure many of those powerful people were lovely and they have families who love them. But as journalists, our job is to say, here's what they did, here's the truth about their life and record, here's an accurate obituary. And with Lindsey Graham, the man has a ton of blood on his hands, and we shouldn't just forget that.
Like that?
No,
like,
no one's asking
you
anyone to forget the record of politicians,
they're
but I do think
genocidal.
the immediate
It's like there's nothing you can do. They're going to be satisfied.
Unless they're genocidal maniacs like Hitler or
Ben-Gvir.
Mao or Stalin, Hogan, there should be a modicum of respect for the death of a human being. And my issue with this, it doesn't just relate to the left.
Tell that to Donald Trump.
Well, I was going to make the point. I mean, Hogan, I presume you would be appalled by the reaction from many on the left to Lindsey Graham's death, as I have been.
There aren't many on the left.
But of course, there are many, actually. I've seen so much of it online.
And
it's honestly,
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris,
honestly,
every prominent Democrat
it is disgusting. It was after Charlie Kirk got murdered. It is disgusting. However,
you didn't call Donald Trump disgusting, Piers. You didn't call Donald Trump disgusting
if you let me do my
when
job
he said it about Rob Reiner.
If you let me host my own show, I was about
if you let me speak an equal amount of time, I will.
Hogan Gidley, if given that we should all be able to condemn the reaction of the left to the death of Lindsey Graham and to Charlie Kirk and others on the right, would you also condemn the way that Donald Trump has talked about Robert Mueller, Rob Reiner, and others that he doesn't like,
say they're fucking libs and they
who
deserve
die
it.
when he trashes them in public quite quickly? Because I never like him doing that. I always think it's wrong, particularly given he's the president of the United States.
What do you condemn what they said and lied about Donald Trump?
No,
well?
oh my God,
Both
see?
Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller.
I don't think that's a relevant point. Everyone's entitled to criticize the president of the United States. The point is, should the president use his pulpit to attack Rob Reiner when he's just been murdered? I don't think
he says he can.
Those people have attacked him. He responded in kind. Listen, I was executive director of the South Carolina Republican Party in Lindsey Graham's era. I've known the man for a long time. Was he right on every issue? Did I agree with him on every issue? No. But he
I'm
loved
sure
his
this guy
country.
said awful
He loved his
things about
constituents in the
Lindsey
state of
Graham.
South Carolina. He loved being a United States
So did
senator.
Robert Mueller.
You can hate his policies. You can not like some of his votes. I got crossways with him a couple of times. Remember in the first Trump administration, he wasn't on board with Donald Trump's closed border policies by any stretch. On the North Law, I said when I was at the state party in South Carolina, he got booed off the stage for supporting George W. Bush's amnesty. We called him Gramnesty for a reason. And his staff called me and said, hey, you know you're off the Christmas card list, right? We laughed about it, and Lindsey Graham finally came on board with the proper policy, which is to protect the American people first. And he cozied up to Donald Trump because he knew that he had enough power and sway within the United States Senate to get things done for the America First movement. He was a patriot. You can disagree with him, Eddie, all you want to. You can not like the wars. I don't like the wars either. But the fact is, the man was a public servant his entire life.
But I didn't say good. I'm glad.
You know what? I think it would be nice. I think it would be nice in public life, in every time a big American public servant, someone's given their life to public life in America, or the UK, anywhere actually, if both sides just manage to show a modicum of respect when somebody dies. I don't think it's too much to ask. Then you can get into the legacy stuff. Give it a beat. Give it a day or two.
The problem is, you say you're
that's my view. Let me make this point. Our last point, then you cut me off. You say you're in the middle and fair on this.
You said the left yesterday. I read your tweet. Despicably cruel, heartless, and abusive. The least kind people on earth. You did not say that when Donald Trump said the same thing to Mueller and Reiner.
Actually,
I checked.
I have regularly criticised him.
I checked. You said take away his phone.
Regularly criticised him. I have regularly called him out when he does that. I didn't like him doing it with John McCain.
Dude, I thought you had a very important guest waiting.
No, I do think it's despicable.
I thought you had a very important guest waiting.
Right?
Okay, good.
But there's
I love
nothing,
it when we end
to
on
me, there's
agreement.
nothing more hypocritical.
Nobody ever called him
Nothing
that.
more hypocritical than people with the
This guy's
hashtag
so full of
be kind
shit.
in their bio on social media.
Do you think it's despicably cruel for Donald Trump to attack the Kennedy family on the day their granddaughter Tatiana
people
Schlossberg
when
died?
they die? That is the least be kind thing imaginable. Anyway,
But
I'm going to
yeah,
be kind and
dude.
put your voice out of its misery. Thank you, Mehdi.
Oh
Always
my
good to
God,
have you.
Piers.
And Hogan, I always appreciate you coming on.
Because
too.
you're
So
so
thank you
full
very
of
much for
shit,
giving me your
man.
time.
Thank you.
The most
Anytime,
full of
thanks.
shit guy on TV.
Well, joining me now is Jonathan Swan, the co-author of the
Suits too
explosive book,
tight,
Regime
cutting off
Change
the
Inside
blood
the
to his head, I
Imperial
guess.
Presidency of Donald Trump. Jonathan, welcome to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me, Piers.
As an author,
Oh, this
I
guy, I
am
like this
insanely
guy.
jealous of the quite staggering amounts of books you have sold in the previous week. So many congratulations.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
For those who've not read the book yet, and there aren't many on planet Earth, judging by your sales, what is your overarching view of Donald Trump, who's now been president for a total of 6 years, straddling 2.5 terms?
Well, I think
He's
one
one of the worst
reason
people
hopefully
in the
book
history
is
of
resonating with
mankind.
a wide audience is we give a nuanced picture of Donald Trump. The book is not a polemic. It's a reported story of how he returned to the presidency and how he's wielding power in ways that we haven't seen for a very long time in this country. In some respects, we've never seen it in some of the aspects of how he's using power. But we show all aspects of Donald Trump. We show, the incredible charisma and talent for mass communication. I've never seen a movement bond with a leader like I have with Donald Trump. We show his obsession with revenge, which has been a thread throughout this administration. We show what I would describe as a sort of feral instinct for power.
What up, Coffin?
No president has wielded power over his own party in the way that Donald Trump
really
did
awful.
last year. There is no precedent actually for that. And we show all aspects, foreign policy. He is taking huge risks on the global stage in this term in ways that make it quite unrecognizable from his first term. And we get into that in the book as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I rang him the morning after his win, so a few hours
What
after.
did he say? He
declared
said, Piers, don't call me at this number.
I've known him 20 years, and I just
Said,
said,
"Lose
look,
my number."
he eventually answered the phone. He was pretty tired, and I just said, this is an amazing achievement, putting aside everything else, to win back the White House after 4 years in the wilderness is pretty well unprecedented in the history of America. So congratulations. And I said, how are you feeling about it? And he gave me a little reply, and then he said, things will be very different this time. We spent 4 years thinking about what we should have done in the first
listen
term,
to articles
and
anymore.
the way that the system could work against you and so on. And it's going to be very different. We're going to hit the ground hard because we're very prepared. And of course, he hit the ground with a blizzard of executive orders. And for a while, I thought this was a very pumped up, dynamic Trump who had a massive mandate from the country,
he didn't.
bigger than
He
he got
won by
first
like
time.
a few thousand
and I thought
votes,
maybe
man.
one might see a very different character. But then, reasonably quickly, he moved
he's
into,
a fucking
I guess you would say,
scumbag.
classic Trump, behavior, but also manifesting itself with some odd decisions. For somebody who campaigned on, we're going to keep out of, stupid wars, as he put it. We're going to focus on America first, getting cost of living down, and so on. To then launch this war in Iran, particularly given the way it's played out in the last 4 months, seemed to me the complete antithesis of that, and a massive, gigantic gamble with his legacy. Why do you think he did it?
I've asked this question of so many advisors of his, and you get different. It's not a simple answer to it. There's an answer that a lot of his, I would say, more isolationist, anti-interventionist advisors don't want to hear, but it's the truth, which is that Trump has always been more hawkish, specifically on Iran, than they would like him to be. In the first term, he pulled out of Obama's nuclear deal against the advice of some of his advisors. He also killed Qasem Soleimani. That was a big risk that some warned against. During the 4 years out of power, which we get into in the book, it became more personal for him. The FBI briefed Donald Trump that Iran was plotting to kill him.
Right.
You can imagine that might have had an effect. And when Ron Dermer, who's one of Netanyahu's top advisors, went and visited Trump after the election, he left that meeting and told associates he thought there was an 80% chance that Trump would join Israel in that war. Obviously, Netanyahu played a huge role, very aggressive campaign. You know, we document in the book him going down to the White House Situation Room and giving this
I've
big
quoted
pitch.
that many times. That piece.
Yeah. But I think, above all, it's a story of hubris. I think it's a story of hubris. All presidents, to some extent, overestimate their power in certain ways and their ability to control events. And for someone like Donald Trump, you know, one reading of his life, I was talking to one of his advisors who made this description, it's a story of moral hazard. You do one thing that's risky, you get away with it. You do something that's even riskier, ultimately you get away with it. You know, 2024, my lord, you've been indicted 4 times. You essentially defeat the whole US justice system. You come back in and your biggest enemies are basically on their knees. You know, the titans of big tech. You know, Tim Cook is bringing golden tributes to you in the Oval Office. You then have, what is in your view, a very successful campaign against Iran last June. And then you pull off this incredible, no matter what you think about the policy, incredible military operation to seize Maduro. And I just think that he overestimated the capacity of the US military and the Israeli military to essentially conduct a regime change war from the air. With no ground component, unprecedented in human history, nothing in the intelligence reports to support this. And I think that's really what happened.
And do you think the Iranians realized just how consequential controlling the Strait of Hormuz would be? And do you think American intelligence had worked that out either? Because it seemed to me everybody was slightly running blind about how big that could be. And it turns out it's the biggest weapon that the Iranians have. And they now know that. And you could end up with a situation where this ends with the Iranian regime not only still in place, but actually feeling more emboldened than they did at the start of all this, because they've now got this extraordinary weapon with this stretch of water which can dictate the global energy market.
I like your mom.
It's such an interesting question because obviously it had been contemplated, right? It's in every Pentagon war plan. You know, we have reporting in a book. Trump was briefed on this possibility of the Strait of Hormuz closing, but you know, it's theoretical until you see it in action, right? You know, probably I can't speak for the Iranians, but my guess is they knew that it was a possibility, but until you actually do it and see that you can do it, that's something quite different. But this gets back to the sort of magical thinking that defined the planning that led up to this war.
It was really funny.
Trump himself did not think that this was a possibility, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, because he thought the war would be over so quickly that this scenario wouldn't play out. And again,
what the fuck is he doing, man? Oh my God, we're so fucked.
But the other aspect of this, which I think is something that people don't really understand about this Trump administration versus the first one, is their secrecy is so intense when it comes to matters that they really want to protect.
They're doing market manipulation.
That it means that you don't have certain subject matter experts in the room. So what we show in the book is the 2 people that would be forced to handle the biggest global energy shock in history. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, they weren't even in the room for the planning meetings that led up to the Iranian war. They weren't in the loop. So you're not getting those perspectives in the room. Yes, you're limiting leaks, but you know there are other costs too.
You've had amazing reviews for the book all over the place. Probably one of the most memorable was, of course, from Donald Trump, who over the weekend posted on Truth Social the book was a joke. 90% of his content were fake news. If she, Maggie Haberman, your co-author, ever wrote the true story about me, it would actually be quite boring, but loaded with lots of success. He added also, I just finished a perfect physical at Walter Reed. I do it every 6 months. I requested another cognitive test. Then
I like
to do so
subscribers.
3 times. I aced them all on every question right.
I
Few
like
people
subscribers.
in Washington DC could do so, including
I like
Maggot,
subscribers.
co-author, and her flunky,
I
Associate
want
Jonathan Swan. I'd be willing to bet
tell
they couldn't
you
get 50% of the questions
about
right.
a friendly
Anyway, don't buy
place.
their book. It's garbage.
It's the
I mean,
stream.
I'd take that bet.
You're
I would
kicking
imagine
it
that you and
here
Maggie would probably
right
get
now.
50% or more of
This
the
is the
cognitive
place.
test questions right.
This
But putting
is
that
the
aside
one.
for a moment, A,
This is
obviously
the
entirely
one.
predictable that he would rage against your book. B, I imagine it will just add to
This is
your
a good
confidence
episode
to
of
sell
Piers, man.
many more
Watch the whole thing.
copies. But on a human level, you've always, I think, straddled
Dude,
that
I
line
want
of dealing
England
with
to
Trump
win.
very skillfully. It's
I
not
was just
easy.
saying
You
this.
know, I've
I want England to
learned how
win.
to do it over the
I'm
years.
rooting for
Fallen out with
Harry
him, fallen back
Kane.
in with him. maintained a cordial relationship with him personally, but not afraid to criticize him and so on. I think he respects people that at least afford him respect when they deal with him, even if they want to criticize. But when you see him calling Maggie maggot, for example, and he goes after a lot of female journalists in quite an abusive manner like this, what do you feel about that?
The honest answer, Piers, is I don't have an emotional reaction. I've covered him now for so long. This is my 11th consecutive year of covering him. And the amount of insults thrown, I'll give you an example. I remember back in 2019, I did a story that he really didn't like. And I was meeting with one of his allies, and they said to me, the president has a message he wanted me to pass on to you. And I said, oh, what's that? I said, he wants you to know that you're a piece of shit. I said, oh, okay, it's like, I don't think there is not a person on earth who could be less concerned about being called maggot than Maggie Haberman. Okay, like if the idea is like deterring her or whatever, it's so absurd. And I'm more concerned about colleagues of mine getting the FBI show up on their door, which is what happened the last few days, getting subpoenaed. A couple of our stories over the last year have been under investigation for leak stuff. That's the stuff that concerns me. He can call me whatever he wants. It has zero effects.
What do you feel about those subpoenas that have come against the New York Times?
I mean, they're just naked intimidation. I mean, it's not how you conduct. There's no historical precedent for conducting a leak investigation.
If somebody gives 2 subs now, we'll hear the rest of the song.
This is like 2 days after the story.
Yeah, that would be cool.
shows up on your front door. I mean, it's very
hear
clearly
the rest of the
designed
song
to intimidate.
for just 2
and we
more.
just completely reject it. The New York Times is defending the reporters. They're just doing their jobs. It was a news. If there's ever a newsworthy story, it's about the security of Air Force One, which, by the way, is not just the president who rides on it. It's staff, journalists. It's taxpayer funded, despite what he's saying about the gift. So, legitimate story, and we completely oppose any efforts to stifle First Amendment protected journalism.
As somebody who's covered Trump for 11 years, you look remarkably fresh-faced. A lot of the journalists on the Trump beat tell me they're completely exhausted because the guy just never sleeps, even on Air Force One. How have you managed to avoid exhaustive collapse?
Well, he sleeps now sometimes in the afternoon during these long press availabilities. So that gives you a little opportunity to... Look, as I say to some of, when I'm whining to myself or to others, we're not in Fallujah. We're simply not in Fallujah. Yeah. We're just reporters. There's been a lot of... I would say that there's a temptation to kind of build up journalists into some sort of white knight type figures, and it's not my DNA. It's not Maggie's either. The culture I come from, which I think is similar to the culture you grew up in, my first job was as a copy boy at a tabloid in Sydney as a teenager, where the amount of, I was cleaning under desks and getting printouts and whatever. We don't take ourselves... It's pretty hard to be a peacock in environments like that. So, yeah.
I mean, I would say to Maggie that, on the theme of maggots, I remember Trump getting on a rally stage after we'd done an interview where I said, look, I just don't believe that the election was stolen.
That's what they used to call me back in the day.
Rant about me. And he kept ranting for a whole week about it afterwards. And then he went on stage and said that I was so dead I was catching flies, was his exact quote about me. And as you can see, Jonathan, I'm very much alive and well, and there are no flies. There are no flies on me. And
Cristiano Ronaldo says you've got good abs.
So well, thank you for noticing that clip.
Right?
Thank you for noticing the tweet, which I have as my pinned tweet, precisely so that everybody notices it. Yeah, thank you for spotting that.
Yeah, Pierce.
It's a fascinating book. I love your journalism, Maggie's. I think I've quoted the piece you guys did.
Man. It's been so boring.
A few weeks into the war.
Maybe that guy's really good.
Netanyahu, the head
He's
of
underrated. No one talks about him. He's so good.
As one of the probably most consequential meetings that's ever taken place in modern times.
Fuck Mikel Marino, man.
I felt at the time when I read that piece for Trump could
I
be enormous.
I hate players
and the
like that.
consequences for his legacy could be enormous, and we'll just have to see how that all plays out. But it's a terrific book, so thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thanks so much for having me, Piers. Appreciate it.
Piers Morgan,
oh my God, Piers, we just watched the whole episode. Are you gonna go after me? Piers, you should sue me. Wouldn't that be fun? What if I got in a lawsuit with Piers Morgan? And it's like, oh, he's He's trying to stifle my free speech. That wouldn't be fun. I mean, you can't keep blood from a stone, so nothing. I don't know what could have happened.
He just had more than essence. But like, they were yeah baby yeah kids. So I remember like I was a fat kid. I was a fat kid. Anyway, in middle school.
I didn't know you were still a kid.
All right, that was mean.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
I'm sorry,
my mom. I think my mom decided. It's okay. I will. You're a homosexual drug addict.
I swear. He would just had more the essence. But like, they were yeah baby yeah kids.
So I remember like I was a fat kid.
You guys want to know something? Alright. Are you guys sick and tired of plain old Vienna weenies that you guys always open a can of them and always taste the saltiness and the bites of this as well? You think that it needs to be better than stuff? Well, let me tell you this. What if Vienna sausages juice taste like your favorite beverage right here, y'all? Like, for example, like Mountain Dew right here, y'all, alright?
Oh no.
Well, let me show you something right here, alright, y'all?
Let me show you something, alright, y'all? Bro, oh my god, oh, so many weenies. Oh, you burped.
Vienna Dew, y'all.
Vienna Dew.
0 out of 10. This is not the one.
Wow.
You guys want to know something? Alright.
That's a
Are you
bad
guys sick and tired of
score.
plain old Vienna? You guys want to know something?
Okay,
alright.
I'll do this.
You guys saw the previous video that how Dr. Dew failed his first attempt on oyster and Mountain Dew.
I've never seen you fail before.
And you want me
That's
to
horrible,
redeem him and
Dr.
all
Dew.
that stuff? Well, let me tell you something. Houston Dew is going to redeem Dr. Dew right here and give you guys the true competition right here, y'all, alright?
Oysters.
So, let me show you something right here, y'all.
Let me show you something right here, y'all. Oh my god, bro. Oh no. Oh. Dr. Dew is a legend, man. Look at him. Just crushed it. Oh my god. Dude.
Redemption is with avenge. Dr. have been avenged, Oyster Dew.
Oyster Dew.
0 out of 10.
0 out of
This is not
10.
the one.
This is not the
You
one.
guys want to know something, alright?
You want to know something, alright?
Streaming. I love you so much that it's dripping,
Ooh.
dripping from my heart to
Ooh.
such a sorry.
That was gnarly. Ooh. I want more Dr. Dew, man. What happened?
What's the best chord progression ever?
Dude, I love this guy.
Well, there's only one, isn't there?
You ever watch this
if
guy?
only I had 2 7-foot-tall Thin Lizzy fans to play it for you.
I thought his videos were more bass videos. He usually does bass shit.
Here we go. Oh, biggest firework in the world.
World record firework? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe
Whoa,
it.
bitch!
This is not the one. Yeah, that's Dr. Dew.
Oh,
shit.
Holy shit!
Goodbye, Israel. Bye-bye.
There we go.
Here we go. Oh. Biggest firework in the world. Oh,
What is
this
that?
world record.
That's the set.
Here we go. Wait. Here we go. Blow, bitch. Come on. Sorry.
Blow, bitch.
Come on. Blow.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Dude, this is terrible, lady. Yo. Yikes.
I hear you, Sean.
Listen to her. Oh man, dude, this is terrible. Drummer's pretty good though.
If I have 200 views, I should have 200 likes. Why do y'all act like liking a video is like me asking you to donate a kidney?
You like the video?
Y'all want to give these celebrities so much love and praise and affection.
never mind.
They don't know you, gang.
Like that
They're
song.
rich.
Only
I
in
don't like
the
that guy.
evening, so I ask you, am I just dreaming? I love you so much that it's dripping, dripping from my heart
Dude,
to
this
such
feed
a
sucks,
story. I
man.
know.
Come on.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime. Sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces.
Yeah, I like Dire Straits. I like Dire Straits better than Steely Dan. For the record.
Competition in
I
other
hate to say it. Really? Yeah. Dude, seriously? Really?
And today I have a truly ancient cheese to tell you guys about.
Yeah, I remember
This
being
is
really into Zidane at that World Cup.
This is the
I forget what
last,
year that was. Like the
truly,
year
like,
where he was.
I've always wanted to try cornbread. Today is the
Why
day.
does he think I like this shit? It sucks, man. Never mind. Sorry. I don't know why we're watching it. I was trying to see if I got another Dr. Do video. Y'all wanna know something alright? The Dune 3 character nobody's ready for? Oh man, I'm ready for it. You wanna watch this? Or are we mad at Brianna? I forgot. I don't think I get. Oh, this song. I remember this song. Yeah, dude. Titty Twister. Oh, yeah. You wanna get some. You wanna fucking crank a little bit? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I have a whole lot. Dude, Angry Astronaut said something's moving on Pluto. Oh, you wanna watch this Dean Radin thing? Oh wait, let's watch the James Franco thing, dude. What's up with James Franco, dude? Who does he think he's fooling? Who does he think he's fooling? He's not fooling us. He's probably fooling these guys, because these guys are fooled by literally everything. That's their job.
These guys are just
Welcome
like
back
the most
to Third
credulous
Phase of the Moon.
reviewers.
We've got the
Like,
Cousins brothers.
maybe it's a
Before we
portal.
get to the latest,
Maybe
greatest
that's
UFOs from around the world, we
Maybe
wanted
it's
to let you know
interdimensional.
about a special event this July, and we're inviting
Maybe
you,
from
the
an
public,
alternate reality.
the 26th, to show up at Monterey Park, 750 Ridgecrest Street. If you make it, who knows, you might see a UFO, but we pretty much could guarantee it.
Oh, wait a minute.
The
I think I
activity is
know
off
that
the
girl.
hook over there. So, hey, guys, a free event. You guys
Where's
just show
this?
up, bring your cameras. Third Phase of Moon's going to be there. Michael Schratt's going to be there. Paul Asteria's going to be there. We've
These
got
AI
the
people or
equipment,
these real
and we
people?
want
I
to
think
see
they're real people.
you.
I recognize that girl.
And the UFOs probably want to
I
see
heard
you
that.
too. So show up.
Okay.
Now, let's get to the latest, greatest UFO
That's like
videos
a
into Third Phase of Moon, including James Franco. What's up with that guy? Anyway, let's get back to the videos right now.
Do I have any debunkers in the chat? Is there any debunkers? Does any
All right,
debunkers want to
incredible
debate
video
me?
just into Third Phase of Moon. The breakdown. This
Talk radio
this video
style.
came into us via our Gmail.
I'll be Art Bell, and then you
I'm
call in and
redacting,
debunk
some
me.
of the information, but here's the letter that they were sending us from Finland. He says his sister captured the video near their home in Finland, and they want to get our opinion.
should
They
start
said
doing
there
a
was no
podcast.
sound coming
It's like
from this
jerky
object
voice.
whatsoever.
But,
We're looking at it.
not.
The still photograph from, well, it's a still from the video, and we managed to
Like
get a
best
super
show.
close up.
Yeah, we should do like best show.
I'm ruling out a blimp. I don't see any
Are
gondola.
any of you funny?
No propellers. It
Can
could
any of
be
you call
a
in
blimp, but
and do,
something
like, a funny
maybe
character?
military in nature.
Wouldn't that
but
be fun? Dude.
it almost looks like there's no scenes on
And it
this
could be
thing.
subversive,
It screams
but, like,
flying
funny.
saucer to me. Brent, what's your thoughts?
Or the possible Tic Tac. Look at that thing.
Can anybody do funny
looks metallic,
voices?
silver. Yeah, like you said, Blake. I don't see a gondola or a tail at the end of this thing. It looks. Look at that thing. It looks like a saucer or some sort of a Tic Tac. What a great capture out of Finland. I know Finland could be a pretty good hotspot for UFOs, and right now we're having
People are
this broad
demanding more
daylight
prank
sighting
phone
right
call
here.
channels.
Pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, Barrett sent this email last night.
Doesn't
We're
matter if they're
sharing
fit.
it as fast as we possibly can, and we want to follow up. Hopefully, Barrett and his he could reach out to his sister. I'm sure there's more video of this event. We only received a short clip, so hey, Barrett,
Is it
can
a
you ask your
Tic Tac?
sister
I
out
can't
there
tell, man.
to let's see the entire
definitely
video.
there,
Have her
but
upload it
what
to
the
YouTube
fuck?
and copy paste the link to our email. And just put it out on social media. Maybe we could get to the bottom
It
of
looks
this. We're
saucer shaped.
asking around if we could get the location.
You can see why
as
people
well. That would
mistake
help,
this,
Barrett.
you know?
We appreciate you reaching out to us. Again, our Gmail is how to find us and share your incredible videos coming in. And again, this still image from the video, it's quite amazing. Now, more videos into Third Phase. Take a look at this.
Dude, this shit is too funny.
7/13. That's July 13th. Today. I promised
Dude,
you.
I'll
I was
defend
gonna reveal something
Franco
because
if
I
you
found
want to
something.
call in and
It was
debunk him.
thrust upon me. I didn't ask for this.
All right, I guess James Franco, he's got his TikTok. He's going to make a statement, maybe show a video. What's he got up his sleeve?
Okay, enough. Here we go. 7/13. You wanted it. Here it is. I delivered.
All right, here we go. And let's see. I'm not expecting much here. I think James is okay. We see a man walking with a mask. It looks like to me. Is this what he's talking about, Brent? Is this the alien that he said that he's all freaked out about and he's going on social media? This is getting silly now.
Yeah, look at that. You see the hand hit the window. It almost looks like a rubber latex glove, and this thing doesn't move like a humanoid. It just seems like kind of like a man in a costume just, creeping around. What is James Franco up to? Is this some sort of publicity stunt?
Yeah, dude,
this is
some
comical,
bullshit,
but he's not
man.
laughing. He's got a poker face, dead serious. Well, that's what these actors do. They're good at their profession. But
This
why
is
is he
like some
pulling off a stunt
debunker
like
shit,
this? Or
man.
hey,
This
maybe
is
we're
like-
all wrong and Franco's right. He's actually caught an alien in his garage, stalking him
He's like,
at his
"Oh,
home.
look, I
What's your
proved
take on
it,
this, guys?
dude. You
Yeah,
guys are
Brian,
dumb.
I'm not buying it. let's see. I don't know, James. What are you doing?
Nobody would buy this. It looks so
What
dumb.
are you doing? I don't know. Now, let's get to legitimate UFO videos coming in from around the world. You guys deserve
Never
it.
mind, I won't defend
Let's
him
roll
anymore.
it. Take
I
a look
didn't
at
see
this.
this edition.
Hey everybody.
Why would he do that? He had people on his side when he was just
Barstow.
acting like he was losing it.
And look at what I see.
And then when he started doing the alien shit, he lost everyone because it was so hokey and dumb.
Out here, there's nothing. It's all desert. And as soon as we parked, I see it. Wow, look at that.
I don't see nothing. What?
All right, this is coming in from Shelly's UFOs. She's going to
Who
be
is the
at the
prick?
meetup as well. She was out there in the desert. She captured something. I zoomed up on it. It's hard to tell. But, you just keep your eyes on the skies. You might see something and just film it. I'm glad we could enhance it a little bit. Thanks, Shelly, for sharing this. Now, more
He
videos.
was a rapist? Was he? I never knew what happened to him. I like Franco. He was in
Welcome
Spider-Man.
back to Third Phase of Moon. Blake Cousins along with my brother Brent. We're here for the latest UFO video, so buckle up, give us a thumbs up. Let's roll it.
Y de allá es de donde estaban saliendo los de anoche. No se ve nada en el cielo. Que si se esté viendo bien, güey.
Oh, he was a prick?
Este güey son carnes de oh shit, está loquísimo.
Soliciting kids? Oh, fuck.
Un globo no puede ser eso, un globo. No hay luces, no es como lo
Oh, so it wasn't like a specific thing, it was just it built up. Maybe he'll go away and come back like Louis C.K. It's been a while, hasn't it?
All right, coming out of Colombia, we're looking at what people might say is a jagged flying disc up in the sky. Some people might even call it scary. But whatever we're looking at, it's authentic, it's up in the sky, and we
Maybe
have
this
no
is him
idea
trying to like
what the heck it is. And that's
this is
why
him
we're
trying to do like
sharing
spacey.
the phenomenon.
That's what
and
this
we're gonna
is,
get some
man.
close-up looks at
He's
whatever
literally
this
trying to
craft
copy
is.
Kevin Spacey.
In my opinion,
That's pathetic.
I see no means of propulsion here, and it seemingly defying the laws of physics. We're getting
That's
an
what Virgil
extreme
Texas should do.
close-up right now. Quite incredible. Brent, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, this is some pretty badass footage. I like it. He's getting a good grasp of what he's seeing up in the sky. We see this, like you say, Blake, this jagged edge
Alien
flying
washing.
saucer
Yeah, he's
with
alien
this kind of
washing
conical,
himself.
cone-shaped point right at the bottom of this craft.
That's a good
This
idea.
thing looks metallic. That's what I like about it. And it seems to be flying on its own accord, no means of propulsion. It just seems to glide.
It's kind of
on
what
its
Trump's
own
doing with his
accordance.
fake,
Like it
his
has
fake
intelligence.
drops,
That's what I like
you know?
about this.
More UFO videos
Not
just into
fake,
third
just,
phase.
Bullshit. Well, it's just purely meant to like titillate. Like, there's nothing. They've explicitly like stripped away anything of like substance, anything like scientific. It's just like, look at the pretty lights in the sky. It's like, what are we supposed to do with this, man? Like, we're trying to figure out what this is, not like gawk at the pretty lights, like we're trying to understand the phenomenon, right? Like, what's the pattern? Are we like interacting with it? And that's the most recent story is that, yeah, like the FBI like had, let's watch that video actually.
Right, let's get a little closer look.
Sounded to me kind of like
obviously coming to mind
sort
is
of like a real
the
life
Jetpack Man, a
like
humanoid.
Mulder and Scully,
and we've heard of the jellyfish as well.
like some
making
rogue
rounds
faction of the
across our
FBI
planet. The phenomenon keeps
subverting
coming out
spider
in
cash.
these videos.
Yeah, this one's pretty bizarre. Look at
bonnet
it, just
the
move
truth.
along over the mountainside, the snowy mountains.
I mean, Burleson described it as like some thing under Tulsi. Maybe that's true. I mean, not that I see Tulsi like, pursuing anything good. Obviously she was under the mind control of her cult. She remains under their sway. Literally, like, they say jump, she says how high. Should I jump and twirl? Literally, those emails are sad. It's actually sad. I'm not even kidding. But it's possible that she had whatever task force assigned, because the way Burleson described it, he said it was like they were investigating all these declassified, all the stuff Trump was doing with these vague declassification agendas. So they kind of had a wide ranging gambit or ambit. What's the word? Yeah, ambit, right? They had this huge range of topics, so it's possible some of them were reaching out to the FBI, and maybe they're the ones who put this together. But we've been hearing rumors about this FBI thing for a while, the Tedesco brothers. I remember them talking about meeting with these people, and everybody seemed to have good things to say about them. Again, it sounded to me like some sort of Molly Skolder, Gully Mulder situation. But that's what this recent orb thing, it must be from the same people, right? The story that was in the last UFO drop was from this FBI thing, and I don't know if they said where, but I think it was El Paso. And they somehow got him to show up.
This is taking place in Colorado, and
Or
we're
they were
looking at
just,
something
you know,
maybe
I don't
about
know.
150
Maybe
feet
they were there
above
anyway.
the ground, just moving slightly from left to right as this thing just moves seemingly by itself. It almost looks like a witch. People say the humanoid.
Like I was saying,
there's
I
all
don't know
these
why
kind
you
of
would,
new
the
things coming
FBI
out,
would make that
the new
up.
technology
You
that
know,
has
it's
these
a bizarre story to
these
make up.
attributes that are totally bizarre.
Now let's roll. Hit that thumbs up. Let's see the next video coming in.
Not only are UFOs real, but you can telepathically communicate with them, I guess, or something. Seems like something they wouldn't want people.
Right, we're looking at this once again, getting some stills, about 30,000 feet, approximately. We're looking at what looks to be a metallic cube-shaped UFO, and this is really close to this commercial airliner captured by a passenger. Brent, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards maybe 15 to 10,000 feet up.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
what the
looking at
fuck
this
is
thing
that, man?
just zip across the sky, close to this commercial airliner, too close for
Dude, I'm
comfort
telling you,
as
these
far
things
as
are
I'm
everywhere.
concerned. If I'm seeing this and recording this, I'm wondering, are there other objects in the sky that are even going to get closer or maybe even impact? You just never know.
People
But
got no
these are the
idea,
kind
man.
of sightings that we've been seeing over the military war zones, these spherical balls that look like they're made of metal. Here, we're highlighting it right there. And this thing's actually more square-like, and
Yeah,
that's the
they're
most
all
interesting
different,
part.
man.
These are
Literally
the
every
square
single
ones
one
where
of them
almost
is
right here,
different.
where you have the square within the
so
cylindrical tube, but now
bizarre.
we're just looking at the square.
Now, let's get to the next one right now.
That's why I think that they're they grow. Right? Every UFO we see is a different shape, size, not shape necessarily. They tend to have similar shapes, but they're always unique. I had that theory where it's they start off as just a little speck of subatomic particles, and perhaps it's you can travel faster if you're start off in such a tiny amount, and then it's able to like grow and absorb elements from, you know, our atmosphere, our crust, and because we always see them poking around volcanoes and the oceans. You know, what if they're like turning the seawater and rocks and stuff and like building these shells for themselves somehow? Or, you know, with fusion, because they appear to be these glowing orbs. Like, what if these orbs are like eating the atmosphere and making spaceships out of it, or making whatever these flying saucers actually are? Like, I don't know if I'm convinced that we actually know like what the propulsion is. Like, I don't even know if they have engines. Like, seems like they're may be like telepathically controlled and not necessarily like, you know, able to, you know, do crash retrieval, right? Or not, you can retrieve it. I don't know if you can turn it into something else, because I don't think it works that way. Perhaps. I'm not saying it's definitely like that, but I think there's a good chance. Is Seth Rogen canceled too? That's because he did that show.
All right,
in the
here
studio.
we go again.
It was too subversive.
Or a humanoid. Biological in nature, possibly. Some people.
And then he said that shit about Israel that he took back right away.
To new thought process with regards to these things up in the sky, that they could be
Instantly recanted.
The biologics. It was mentioned in the hearings. And we've been saying this for years. Maybe they're just listening to some Third Phase Moon episodes that we put out 10 years ago, or 8 years, or 5 years, because we've been talking about biological UFOs from the beginning of YouTube. So, interesting stuff. Are we looking at life
that
here,
we need
Brent?
to send James Franco's
what I like
goofy
about
ass to
it matches
Siberia?
exactly what we saw just moments ago from Alaska, and this is almost the exact duplicate, basically a twin, and we're looking at the same
So
thing,
he
the
was
same
really
kind
dead?
of pattern. It just kind of has its own
It wasn't like a Louis
means
C.K.
of
thing?
motion of propulsion without it moving, wobbling. It remains static.
Yeah, and it's off at some distance too. It's not massive, but I would say it's at least maybe 15 feet in length, maybe 20. But whatever it is, you can see some strange appendage on his shoulder coming up here. So again, mechanics. Is this mechanical or is it biological? Is it unmanned or manned? These are big questions that we want to know.
Grave esto, ayer lunes, en mi rancho en Condado, California, se desintegró en un abrir y cerrar de ojos, como si pasara por un portal dimensional. No hacía ruido y se sentía una vibración en todo el cuerpo.
All right, we're going to get some really close-up looks at whatever this metallic, I don't know, tic-tac, it just is incredible. The way, look at this, it's traversing up through the sky at a pretty moderate rate of speed, but again, no indication of any kind of propulsion that means anything that's commercial. We're looking at something that's
he's not just in a febophile?
Yeah, this shit's weird. Like, we're looking at it, and you can see it just go across the plane over there from left to right at a low altitude. I thought maybe could this be some sort of maybe banner, advertising banner, but
look, what if you
lived
because
we don't see any plane
in France,
and we don't see any cable
wherever.
dragging this thing. This thing is on its own, and it's square. It looks metallic. This is a unique UFO.
Trying to remember the things Michael Tracy says.
At Congress, thrown at everybody, because this thing again has no means of propulsion, and it just seems to be stationary as it just flies over the ground over there. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to estimate the size of this craft, and indeed, we're looking at something authentic. It's not CGI or AI. I know people like to claim that shit all the time, but we're looking at stuff at Third Phase Moon where if we see any of that, we're going to call it out. What we're looking at right now,
the way he goes after
footage.
the accusers is so
is,
vicious.
What is it? And we're seeing the house in the background. I don't know. This looks to be almost bigger than maybe 2 SUVs.
Yeah, almost the size of a bus, that's for sure. Again, this guy got a really good shot. It's crystal clear. I wish he could have followed it and have seen what happened to this craft after it left the area, or maybe it even landed. Who the hell knows? But again, looking at this thing, it's fascinating because we can explain what it is.
Is it the same thing from earlier
UFOs
too?
at third phase of moon. We're just getting started. So everybody, press that thumbs up. We got the next video. Roll it.
Bueno, como a las 5 yo despacho a los maestros que trabajan en la casa y fue como súper raro porque nadie lo vio y los maestros tienen que haber ido por ahí cerca. Y lo otro que esa cosa cambió de forma pero muchas veces delante mío porque la foto que yo te mandé es parte del video que le tomé. El video está súper nítido. En el video también se ve que esta cosa cambia de forma y al final, en el último segundo del video, se ve también que esta cosa parece que se transforma en árbol, no sé, pero es una cuestión rara. Pero sí, eso cambió, no sé por qué se va a parar en mi oficina y ya lo he visto 2 veces. La segunda vez fue hace poco.
Wow, amazing capture. The woman is actually able to capture something on her cell phone cam. And we're looking at it, and it almost seems like it's on fire. And this girl narrates the whole thing. We're going to get some translation, and it's going to come in the comments later as we share this live premiere. So look for that. But what we're looking at, in my opinion, what this woman captured and her demeanor proves once again that the phenomenon's real. And we're not looking at any trickery here. This is legitimate footage coming out of Chile. And Brent, is this some... I don't know, do you see it? It looks like it's on fire, like it might be crashing.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's some sort of hot air balloon that's catching fire and falling to the ground. Who knows? But when we get this close up, like you said, Blake, we see it. It has this wisp of black smoke coming from the top as it descends over the rooftop some distance away. This thing's huge because you can see the proximity from the camera and this object in the sky, representing that this is pretty far away. I'm estimating again the size of maybe a half a school bus. It's huge. Then we get this close up.
What if Graham Platner got a Fred Durst endorsement?
We just don't know what it is.
You think that would save his campaign?
Slow it down. Bam. That's so good. We get it. We see it. Here it comes again.
Oh, I just want to give a shout out to my boy Graham Platner. He's rolling to DC to kick out Susan Collins and do some rapes. Rolling. Like, he's a rapist killer, and that's good. That's why you should vote for him.
All right, at first glance, Brent shared this video with me moments ago, and I'm like, well, what are we looking at, a rocket launch? And then Brent says no, because
what if he got an endorsement from James Franco?
You usually see the smoke trail from the launch pad as it traverses into space. We're looking at this thing kind of come out way up in the sky, like out of
he could get Method Man and James
like a rocket
Franco
launch at maybe about 15,000 feet in midair is what we're looking at, but that doesn't make any sense to me.
Or maybe it's a lot closer to the camera too. At the same time, I'm
no, fuck Fred Durst. Let me think it's kind of movie, dude. Let's actually get it done.
Right about as it passes, I think in front of a windmill, and it's going to come up. Kind of, is it in front of it or is it behind it? Let's take a close look. It looks like it's in front of it, so I believe this thing's much closer to us. But again, we're looking at something very odd because it looks basically like a string of thread or yarn just flying up in the sky. It kind of just
both of them
itself too. It looks almost
no, that wouldn't work.
Yeah,
Jim Carrey. No.
Good eye there, Brent. And I'm sure we're going to do some analysis on this video to
Roseanne
to get a closer look, because when we're looking, I can see that it still keeps extending to the further right there. Like it's still, whatever it is dropping this kind of string.
I know, Graham. He would never do no rapes.
Pass in front of the windmill blade. So again, that's
very
strange.
Someone say that.
Maybe it's kind of like a plasmic thing, and maybe maybe it's only about 30 to maybe 50 or 60 feet
What
long.
if you had,
Your
like,
thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. Again,
you
this
know,
is
some like
maybe it
academic
just caught
bow
some
tie.
breeze and it lifted up in the air, and we're looking at something very odd. And hey, if you see something like this, film it and just film it till the end. Because
I know,
if
but I'm
I
thinking
saw
maybe
this,
they
I would
like your
definitely
name.
do that because this thing's weird.
He's probably like recognizable.
It's just strange.
He's-
It's elongated, and I'm like,
I don't think
you're
Fred
right, Greg.
Durst
I think
is.
it's about 50, 60 feet in length, and you can see it because the vantage point of when he pulled back, and the cameraman and the vantage point.
Method Man never did any weirdo
shit.
shit. Yeah, it's true. He's been there forever, never done anything.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm sure people are going to say rocket launch for sure.
He
And
teamed
I
up with
think we
Lindsey.
just debunked that. So it's just a strange, I don't know, string of
Tom
yarn
Hanks.
that's floating there. It just doesn't
Did
make sense.
Stephen
It's
King
just
L.
something very unknown, biological in nature, weird stuff.
Looks like a cloud,
We
man.
appreciate everybody.
Yeah, dude, Stephen King was going to the fucking bitter end for Graham Platner. That didn't help him at all. So if he had Method Man, Harry Kane, yeah, what if he had a soccer player? Oh my god, Trump would get so mad. If Harry Kane endorsed Graham Platner, Trump would be so mad. So mad. Oh my god, he'd be so mad. He'd probably tear up the visa. I heard Harry answer that question. He's just like a polite young man, dude. He's not political. He said no politic here, man. He's just a simpleton. That's why I'm rooting for him. He's like Simple Jack. He's yeah, almost like scoring goals for Gaffer. Oh. Well, everyone else tries too hard. I like him because he doesn't try that hard.
I'm not a UFO nut. I have a trucking company and
He kinda
do my
just
own
runs
deal. I
around
don't really
and then, like,
pursue
oh, I'm gonna score that one.
UFOs, but after seeing
put
that,
that
it
one in
left
the
it's in my mind. I'll never get rid of it. Saw two lights coming from the east, and they was coming towards us
Let's
very
watch
high
some
rate of
soccer
speed.
shit. Actually, let's do that. Where did I put it? Roll. Down. Game's not tomorrow, right? It's Wednesday. Did you see this shit, yo? Like, I wonder if this is like anti-imperialist crackdown. Supposedly it's a crackdown on corruption. I wonder if this is the good kind of crackdown on corruption. The kind that makes Joe Biden threaten to like withhold funds. You know? $375 kilos of gold. The Iraq Supreme Council has announced the recovery of 375 kilos of gold connected to a case involving the arrest last month of former Deputy Minister of Oil for Refining Affairs, Adnan al-Jumali. I bet you this is actually the opposite. I bet you this is bad. Judge Dia Jafar of the Central Anti-Corruption Criminal Court said 358 kilos of the precious metal was recovered in operation involving Kurdistan regional authorities under the supervision of the President of the Supreme Judicial Council, Faik Zidane. Additional 17 kilos was seized in a separate investigation on the same day. Details of that operation were not disclosed. The recovered gold has been handed over to the Central Bank of Iraq's Issue and Treasury Department as authorities work to track down illicitly acquired assets. It is being seen as a significant development in the escalating anti-corruption crackdown since Prince Minister Ali Fattah al-Saidi was appointed in May. Since then, police have arrested a number of senior officials and uncovered more than 100 million in missing money plus other valuables. So is this like a Trump guy? I can't tell yet. I still can't tell. The assets are tied to the ongoing investigation of Al Jumali, was detained in May and officially dismissed from his post on June 2nd. The inquiry is looking into activities since last October and centers on allegations that Al Jumali exploited state resources and government contracts in exchange for kickbacks and personal gain. The latest gold seizure as part of the Al Jumali investigation follows a major discovery announced last Thursday when authorities found 14 billion Iraqi dinars hidden inside a rainwater. I know my contact's falling out. Drainage pit. RV the dinar. Dude, people were holding their dinars. 14 billion Iraqi dinars is $10.6 million. I thought they didn't RV the dinar. Iraqi government spokesman Haider al-Abudi told Al Jazeera that the total funds tracked in Al Jamali's case alone exceed 127 billion dinars, along with an additional 24 million real estate vehicles and gold jewelry. This is a lot longer. A number of assets and suspects detained in the anti-corruption campaign include members of parliament whose political immunity has been lifted to allow for prosecutions. Al-Abudi said the anti-corruption, is this lawfare? Is this guy like Sergio Mora? It's governed by strict judicial procedures, and the government does not consider the titles or positions of suspects when pursuing cases. We dealt with the suspects in corruption cases, and using all the phrase political level might not be accurate. What? The Iraqi street is looking forward to punishing those who wreaked havoc with public money and violated its sanctity, as it is the money of all Iraqis. Prime Minister? Prime Minister? Prime Minister? Prime Minister? I need to go take these shits out. I can watch something when I get my. Is vowed to pursue anyone abusing state funds. The Iraqi news agency has reported the Integrity Commission has prepared legal files to extradite hundreds of suspects currently living abroad and track down smuggled assets. Al-Abudi confirmed to Al Jazeera that the commission had circulated a red notice to countries with which Iraq shares international cooperation protocols to repatriate criminals. Okay. Yeah. What's going on with this? You think this is good or bad? What do you think? I DNR what you're talking about? You remember during Trump's first term, there was all these people who thought Trump was gonna like do like revalue the Iraqi dinar, and they had like bought all these worthless dinars. I guess they made their money back by now if they held on, if they were hodling. Hodling. I'm hodling. You don't need to go long on this stream. How about that? Oh, he took it down? No way. You pussy, dude. Jay from Project Unity, you turd. Yeah, look. Look, he took it down. Oh my god. Maybe he updated it? Yeah. Dr. Do would never do this. Dr. Do stands by his word. Yeah, he took it down. I wonder if Lou Elizondo got to him. Do you think he threatened him? I bet you he did. Take it down, Jay. Boobity boobity. I'm just kidding. I don't think that happened. But maybe it did. Yeah, what about that FBI thing I was just talking about? And he took it down for some reason. It was there this afternoon, or this evening, when I was looking at stuff right before the stream. And then he took it down. Maybe it was a live stream? No. That sucks. James Franco. I'm not falling for it, James Franco. Not fucking falling for it. Does anybody have any suggestions? How's about? What would I have to do to get you into a nice old subscription there, chatters? What's a fella got to do to get you a nice one of these nice $2 subscriptions? What's an old bloke? Oh, how's about it? Humana. Subscribe it. Please subscribe to this stream. You'll love it indeed. It's the best place after midnight.
Welcome back to the night shift.
I'm the only
it's
worker
obvious there's
and
something
I don't
going
go
on. Clearly, there's something
strike.
happening. There are congressional hearings. There are rumors of a presidential UFO disclosure announcement, some kind of official announcement. We have military-trained observers, pilots, Top Gun pilots reporting things that are clearly outside the realm of what is known to exist in terms of our military capabilities and technology. So there's something strange going on. Nobody is disputing that. But what is interesting,
this guy does not rock this
channel for a while now,
like I rock
is that
sleeveless.
it does feel like all
he thinks
of this
he can fuck
is
with
being
sleeveless.
managed,
Dude, this guy,
stage managed, or
this guy probably fucking hangs out in
massaged
here and then
in a
copies
way.
my style.
And I can't prove this,
He's
but
not
I
a
want to make the
sleeveless
case
guy,
to you
dude.
today, or tonight rather, that
Oh
that's
my
what's
God.
going on. This occurred to me a couple of weeks ago when I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson flip on the issue of UFOs and UAPs. Are they
dude.
real? Now he's on board.
Who's this guy?
He
think
was
he
a
is?
very vocal critic
Yeah,
of this whole community
nice beard,
for many,
dude.
many years. And then one day,
Why'd
he
you
just
leave that
flipped.
part gray?
And over the weekend, I saw a clip of Dr. Phil on News Nation talking about his read on the most recent Pentagon UFO file release. And it got me thinking, these guys are very much mainstream, regular, everyday television type personalities. They're the types of people that regular normies look to for thoughts on how to read all of this kind of stuff. And it's interesting to me that they're both very vocal now about how positive they are regarding the whole disclosure dynamic. But that's not the most interesting thing. What's really interesting about the way they talk about it is the distinction that they draw between the past and now. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Before we start there, I'm going to show you this clip of Dr. Phil on News Nation, and at about the 2-minute and 15-second mark, you're going to hear him make a comment that describes the difference between UFO sightings of the past versus what we're seeing today. Check this out.
Moments ago, I spoke with Dr. Phil McGraw, who got a first look at these files. Dr. Phil McGraw with us tonight. Hello, sir. Dr. Phil, thanks for being with us. So you got an early look at this, the fourth release, and you've gone through it. What is your big takeaway?
I have, Blake, and I'm glad to talk to you about it. It's good to talk to you.
Yes. What's the big takeaway?
Well, a couple of things, Blake. First, I am glad that they gave us an exclusive look at this ahead of time so we could really dig in and do a deep dive. And right off the top, I got to tell you, it just makes me furious that our government has been lying to us for 79 years about this. They've been lying by omission. I think they've been lying by misdirection. It's absolutely ridiculous that our own government thinks we're too immature, too stupid, too foolish, whatever, to be told the truth about what's going on. I mean, why do these people think they know better than we do about what's going on in our own lives, our own world? Our government has been lying to us for 79 years.
Okay, I want to pause there and let's just talk about what he said so far. Our government's been lying to us for 79 years. Okay, great. And, how could they do this? All right, this is stuff that the UFO community is well aware of. There's no one here that's surprised by anything Dr. Phil has to say. But it is interesting to people who haven't paid attention to this at all, ever, or maybe looked at it with a little bit of interest and then moved on. It does resonate with that crowd. And it's interesting to me that he is starting the interview, not by saying, well, we looked at it, and there are some things that are really interesting, and there are some things that are kind of womp, 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 which is kind of the reaction amongst most people in the UFO community, right? The people most stoked to see this play out are looking at all of this with a critical eye, a more critical eye than apparently Dr. Phil, who is now all in just on this one thing. That, to me, is weird. But listen to what he says next, and I think you're going to find this interesting. Let's go back to this clip.
And that's so apparent in the documents that you look at in this.
Yeah, why do you say lying to us?
Well, you look at these documents, you go back as far as 1947, where they have had clear information that there are objects not of this earth, both technologically, metallurgically, performance-wise, but yet that has been hidden from us. They've denied that. They've actually threatened people from talking about this, threatened them with careers, imprisonment, and some with death because they would consider it treason. And really put the clamps down on people talking about this. So they've lied by omission. I think they've also lied with overt misdirection. We've seen lots of people talking about UFOs and things like that, but they were always people that were too drunk to fish. So there was no credibility. They're standing there with a gimme cap on and a "I was stupid" t-shirt. Just no credibility whatsoever. I don't think that's always been by accident. And they have hidden away credible people that were talking about things that would move the needle. And they've taken it very seriously. NASA has been involved, CIA, Department of Energy, the FBI, Department of Defense, the White House, Department of National Intelligence. Lots of agencies have been involved in this, so they clearly have taken it very seriously, but yet hidden this from the public.
You know, that one of the releases.
Okay. They were too drunk to fish. Yeah, people in the past had seen things, lights in the sky, things that they couldn't explain, but usually those people were just dumb, drunk, didn't know what they were looking at, wearing a shirt that said "I'm with stupid." Now, he correctly points out that that wasn't by accident. That is actually part of a campaign to discredit the topic broadly. But it is interesting that he phrases it this way, because that's exactly the same way that Neil deGrasse Tyson framed his pivot a couple of weeks ago. And I have that for you here. And he framed it this way not only in a video, but he also framed it this way in a interview that he did on Upworthy. Here it is. All right, so this is by Todd Perry, May 13th, 2026. Upworthy exclusive. Neil deGrasse Tyson on the best way to make first contact with aliens. And there's Neil doing his best Tiger, come hither, I don't know what this is kind of thing. Do sexy. You're sexy. You're a cat. All right. Love it. Good. It says here, Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist, director of the Hayden Planetarium, and host of the Star Talk podcast, is one of America's most popular science communicators. That's a key position. He has worked tirelessly for more than 4 decades to improve scientific literacy and instill a greater sense of awe about the cosmos, unless you're interested in aliens, in which case he's not that excited. In his new book, Take Me to Your Leader, Tyson loosens his space tie a bit and has fun examining the possibility of aliens visiting Earth from a scientific, historical, and pop culture perspectives. Upworthy spoke with Tyson about why he chose this moment to discuss aliens and how we should greet them if or when they land, and how he hopes to broaden people's perspective through the alien narrative. Now, why is now the perfect time to talk about aliens? Here's his first answer. He opens with this. The September 9th, 2025 congressional hearing, restoring public trust through UAP transparency and whistleblower protection, was a watershed moment for UFO UAP disclosure, shifting the conversation from science fiction and conspiracy theories to a national security issue. Quote, "The real transition for me was the high-ranking officials who came forth in Congress," Tyson said, much of which landed in that 2-hour and 50-minute documentary, Day of Disclosure. So it elevated, once it hit that level, it was no longer the sleepy farmer in the back 40 reporting on a glowing object over his farm. It was no longer the drunken revelers coming out of the bar at 2 a.m. reporting on glowing things in the sky.
Been military
Upon
witnesses.
reaching that, I said, all right,
They've
I
always
can't sit
been
back
credible.
any further. I have to write
Such
this
bullshit.
book. There he is. Thanks, Neil. Buzz off.
Neil deGrasse
Drunken,
my
it was no
balls,
longer
man.
drunken revelers. This
That's
is,
his
again,
real name.
the same
Neil
talking point.
deGrasse balls,
Okay?
sir.
Everything that happened in the past, all that weird stuff that happened in the past, those were just drunks, dummies, goofy
fucking
rednecks, farmers. They were
loose
just people out in the middle of
He's
nowhere.
full of shit.
Salt of
Both
the earth
of them,
people,
dude.
no question.
Dude, Trump hit
but
him up. Trump told him
we
to do
can't
that,
take
and he
that
did it. 'cause
serious.
He's a scumbag.
Now,
All
however,
debunkers are
we can take
scumbags.
everything that's
Just
coming
like all
out
fucking
seriously. And here's the interesting thing. I don't want to miscommunicate my feelings here about the
Political
larger
libs.
issue. I do think this is real. I do think it's really
Radicalized
happening. But I think
libs.
the messaging is coming to us in a very packaged way. And something about that just doesn't smell right to me. And I'm not exactly sure if anybody else out there is picking up on this, but I feel like I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one. Right? So you have Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dr. Phil. Now they're coming out, pivoting on the issue, saying it's real and it's okay to take it seriously, even if you were skeptical before. They're giving the average normie person permission to feel curious and open and break the stigma. Now, that is a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a good thing. But notice the pattern here, and it does seem very weird to me. If I were in charge of managing a rollout of information and I wanted to make sure that every demographic got it, I would do a study and I would figure out who my target audiences are, what's their current level of knowledge, and who are the people that speak to those audiences. And then I would make sure that the people who are trusted most by those audiences, those demos, are the people that
Those
are disseminating the
demos?
information
What
the
are
way
you,
I want to
fucking
disseminate.
Hollywood guy?
Doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean that it's false. Doesn't mean any of that. It just means there is someone's, possibly, it feels this way, behind the scenes, pushing buttons and flipping switches and pulling strings. That's my gut instinct. Let's go back to Dr. Phil and finish out this clip. Listen to what he has to say, and then we'll come back and wrap it up.
Today involves Amarillo, Texas, back in 2015, where a UAP went into a space that assembles nuclear material. And I talked to the pilots. We've had them on the show, Dr. Phil, who say, I can't make sense, and even astronauts, I can't make sense of what I've seen. But I've also talked to military folks who say, you know what, there's a lot of tech out there that we have that people don't know about. Is there a world that exists in which you think maybe the government is using some of the tech to test it out, to try it, and maybe to see what we have?
Look, clearly there are things that we have in terms of our arsenal that is not being made public. But look, you can go back and look at the pattern beginning in, go back to April 47 in Richmond, Virginia, where 4 weather scientists, which were using instrumentation, which was very good at the time, that observed 4 disks that were making movements and changes that we, in 1947, we certainly didn't have the technology to do that, and we don't today.
Hold up. Wait, hold the phone. 2 seconds ago, Phil, you were just telling us that the people in the past who'd seen this stuff were too drunk to fish. Some standing out in a field somewhere with a I'm with stupid t-shirt or whatever the fuck. Now, 1947, it's a group of weather experts or meteorologists using sophisticated for the time equipment and they're measuring all these discs. Which is, are they drunk people in a field, or are they qualified observers, scientists with equipment taking real measurements and getting actual data?
Yeah, Dr. Phil's never
Something
held a
about this doesn't
fishing
feel right.
rod.
Okay, let's go back.
It was enough to get the government's attention. A few months later, Kenneth Arnold observed a private pilot observed 9 really high-speed objects moving through space. 11 days later, there's the Roswell crash. And then there was a report in 1948 called Project Sign, which was a progress report. It says, all right, tell us everything that you know. And these were quality witnesses, research scientists, military pilots, Navy and Air Force pilots observing things that they said, we don't have the technology to do this. There were green fireballs that they thought, okay, maybe these are meteors. They brought in Dr. Lincoln La Paz, a leading meteor expert, who said, no, these don't move horizontally with no noise and maintain a consistent speed and maneuverability. And there were 5 cities that had nuclear facilities that these things clustered over, including as late as 2015 at Pantex and Amarillo.
Yeah, the one that I talked about. Yeah, that I wrote.
Okay, so
yeah, that Pantex shit is pretty wild. I'm telling you, dude,
This reads like a
they shut
prepared
down our
statement
nuclear
almost. This
sites.
is like he's hitting bullet
Yeah,
points.
I think Trump asked him to
Which
do
is
it,
fine.
and he did it.
I mean, I guess, he's a professional
he's
television
like Alex
personality. And
Jones.
maybe that's why he's
sold out to
chosen to
Trump.
see things early. But he was chosen to see things early. Think about that. This is a release process, a scheduled process that is taking place on a timeline. People are getting early access to file drops, and then they're hitting the interview circuit with prepared talking points. That much seems very clear to me. As to whether or not that means for sure there is someone behind the scenes masterminding it all, I can't prove it, but it feels that way. It doesn't feel organic. Especially the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. That actually, to me, feels kind of sloppy. That was too quick. That pivot was too fast. It was too hard. Like, that should have taken place. They really should have slow-walked that, because it was almost a dead giveaway.
It's fast.
To me. But, again, I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Do you feel like this is being stage-managed? Last week, was it last week? Yeah, Lou Elizondo came out and said that to the Japanese UAP research group that there were photos that had yet to be released of monolithic structures on the moon that appear to be made by non-human hands.
Yeah.
That felt planned.
Yeah, that did.
That
was wild. That
I
was
know.
pretty cool, though.
We're splitting hairs here because on the one hand,
Dr. Phil
of
gave
course, they're
neutrality, but
releasing
it's not
stuff, and this is how it
UFO
goes.
too. I
But
mean,
on the
he's
other
just
hand,
giving you his
they're not
honest
telling us everything.
opinion,
And I
though.
think that's becoming more and more obvious. And there seems to be this really clear.
I mean, I'll say the same thing I always
through
say,
line
though.
of
Like,
describing like the past is the past. You
you
it's
can fucking like it's completely reasonable that like a normal guy like Dr. Phil, I mean, debatable how normal he is, but like, a disinterested and uninterested third party could take a look at the evidence and be like, you know what, there's something here. I think that's the difference. Like, I don't like this idea of framing it around like Grush is good and like Edward Ruppel was not, because it's been like this since the beginning. There's always been people within, like black budget, Air Force, whatever leadership. There's always been people who have been trying to like, reveal this stuff, and they've been thwarted at every turn. Like every attempt to communicate, every attempt to interact with humanity has been like thwarted and subverted by these same cool, like, deep state scumbags. At least I hope. I mean, I do think the government, such as it is, Pentagon effectively has been doing this sort of like slow drip thing since 2017. Like with Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLonge and that whole thing. The guy we watched last night. But I don't think Grush was with them. I think Grush kind of caught them off guard. And I'm not really sure what's going on with Jake Barber. It seemed kind of bizarre, his whole thing. I mean, he seemed pretty honest, though, so I don't know. Like, his whole story about the space boner was, like, seemed like, I don't know, awfully specific and, like, true, you know, like, but then I don't know, like, you know, people were going after, like, Skywatcher as some sort of op or whatever, but I think they, you know, probably signed some sort of deal with, like, you know, some aerospace company, and they're doing classified programs now, right? Something like that. People don't seem to understand, like, what an op looks like. People just want to call everything that they don't understand and they don't support an op without actually taking step one. Like, step one, you have to figure out the incentives. Like, okay, you think there's a conspiracy, or you think this guy's lying to me. Like, what are the reasons why they could be lying? Right? And, you know, is he getting paid? Who would pay him? Like, is there a rationale for some rich guy to want to subvert democracy or undermine rule of law, or, you know, whatever the scenario may be? Or, you know, keep this shit secret, right? You can see why a lot of people would be really interested in keeping this stuff secret. Just, you know, people who may think they're going to be able to use the tech, and then people who just don't want it on the market, right? Like, that's their classic move. The so-called free market capitalists. Like, if they can't have something, they'd rather destroy it from everybody, or just, like, you know, prevent you from being able to use it.
A lot of those people, you know, we really can't trust all that
That's
stuff.
my
But it's
UFOs
just
in the
weird how they
sky.
lean into
How
some
about
of these
that?
very specific cases that
Got
are kind of old hat to the UFO community, but seem interesting to normies, right? Like the Kenneth Arnold sighting and the nuclear stuff. I mean, this is stuff that we've known about forever.
Pantex
It's not new
thing is
to us.
pretty new.
So
It's
it just
kinda
looks
new.
like they're targeting a wider audience now, and we're seeing this pop up on mainstream networks, and it's becoming more.
Let's watch Angry Astronauts thing. So weird, dude.
In the farthest, coldest corner of our solar system, where the sun is nothing but a bright
Stick this where the
pinprick
sun
in an
don't
eternal
shine.
black sky, there is a world of pure ice and silence. Pluto, a frozen tomb the size of a small moon. Temperatures that would shatter steel, an atmosphere so thin it might as well not even exist. By every rule of planetary science we once believed, nothing should move here, nothing should live here. But something does move. 10 years ago, NASA's New Horizons spacecraft raced past this tiny world at 50,000 kilometers per hour and sent back images that rewrote everything we thought we knew. And in those images, on the vast nitrogen ice plain called Sputnik Planitia, the left lobe of Pluto's famous heart-shaped Tombaugh Regio, scientists saw something impossible. Strange, dark, blocky shapes. Some of them looked alive. They were huge, lumbering forms, slowly traversing the frozen wasteland. Yes, not only did these giant objects look strange, they also were moving fast enough to be resolved by a spacecraft executing a very fast flyby of this planet. And even though most scientists mocked at the notion that this could be some kind of colossal life form, a recent discovery on the moon of Titan suggests that there might be a lot more going on Pluto, including strange and unique life than we ever thought possible. Get ready for a strange and bizarre monster story on The Angry Astronaut right now. So the scientific explanation for all of this was immediate and tidy. These were nothing more than dirty water icebergs, chunk of denser water ice floating in the softer, denser nitrogen ice that fills the basin. Convection cells in the nitrogen ice, each averaging about 33 kilometers across, slowly churn like a pot of boiling tar. The icebergs get caught in the flow and dragged along the edges of the cells, piling up in chains and clusters. The blocky hills are 1 to several kilometers across. Some aggregations reach up to 20 kilometers wide. They are carried by glacial flow and convection and then collected into troughs. Perfectly reasonable, perfectly dead. But what if this explanation is incomplete? What if the icebergs are not the whole story? What if something far older and far stranger has been moving beneath that ice for billions of years? Before New Horizons, every textbook said that small worlds like Pluto were dead. Their cores had cooled long ago. No internal heat, no active geology, no oceans, no volcanoes. The only icy worlds with liquid water and cryovolcanoes were moons like Enceladus and Europa, worlds tortured and heated by the immense gravitational tides of nearby gas giants. Pluto has no gas giant. It orbits alone in the Kuiper Belt with only its large moon Charon for company. Yet, Pluto is alive. New Horizons revealed towering water ice mountains. It revealed possible cryovolcanoes. Right Mons, the largest, a massive edifice that may have erupted icy lava in the relatively recent past. There is large-scale cryovolcanic resurfacing unique to Pluto, and it revealed a surface in the Sputnik Planitia so young that craters are almost non-existent, resurfaced within the last few 100,000 years, perhaps far less. Pluto is far more active than planets like Mars. It has a level of surface activity that rivals Earth in many ways. And the data pointed to something even more shocking: a vast subsurface ocean of liquid water, possibly dozens of kilometers deep. Some models suggest 40 to 80 kilometers deep, which is of course far deeper than Earth's oceans. Plus, the water is denser than Earth's seawater, kept from freezing by internal heat, ammonia, and salts. Evidence from the way Pluto reoriented itself through true polar wander, from the gravitational anomaly beneath Sputnik Planitia to models of Pluto's interior. All of it suggests that liquid water still sloshes beneath the icy shell. And if there are cryovolcanoes, there are also vents, cracks, and conduits reaching from that hidden ocean all the way to the surface. A direct pipeline from the dark, pressurized depths to the frozen hell above. And now the story gets even stranger. In 2026, the James Webb Space Telescope turned its powerful gaze on both Pluto and Titan, two worlds separated by billions of kilometers, vastly different in size and environment, and yet sharing something profound, a strange, complex chemistry that we still can't figure out. James Webb detected the same unidentified absorption feature at approximately 5.113 micrometers on the surfaces of both worlds, a spectral signature 4 to 7% deep that does not match any known laboratory spectra of expected ices or organics. As a matter of fact, it doesn't match any compound known to science. There is something new on both of these worlds, something very complex, produced by the interaction of methane, nitrogen, radiation, and organic chemicals in these exotic environments. On Titan, with its thick nitrogen-methane atmosphere and lakes of liquid methane, this chemistry has been cooking for billions of years. And on Pluto, with its thin atmosphere and nitrogen ice plains, the same signature appears, slightly broader, but centered at essentially the same wavelength. Nearly identical chemistry on two widely different worlds. We still do not know what compound or mixture is creating this feature. It may be a previously uncharacterized organic molecule or a complex mixture never before studied in the lab. But if you thought all of that was strange, the story gets even stranger because 20 years ago, astrobiologists predicted that this kind of chemistry might exist on Titan at least. They also predicted what it might mean. In 2005, Chris Mackay and Heather Smith published a paper exploring the possibility of methanogenic life living in liquid methane on Titan. Not water-based life like ours, something radically different. Life that could consume hydrogen and acetylene or other organics raining down from the upper atmosphere and exhale methane. They made a clear, testable prediction. If such life existed in sufficient quantity, it would create a measurable depletion of hydrogen near Titan's surface. The hydrogen flowing down from the upper atmosphere would disappear at the ground, consumed as an energy source. Acetylene levels would also drop significantly. And 5 years later, in 2010, the Cassini probe and also the Huygens lander delivered exactly that signature. Hydrogen was flowing downward at a rate of roughly 10 to the 25th power molecules per second, and then suddenly vanishing at the surface. Acetylene levels on the surface were lower than photochemical models predicted as well. The observations matched the biological prediction perfectly. But the team did not claim life. They couldn't. They didn't even suggest that life might exist on Titan. Instead, because in planetary science, especially astrobiology, claiming you might have found life on another world is professional suicide and a great way to get blacklisted by NASA, the team said nothing. Gilbert Levin learned this lesson the hard way with the Viking landers in 1976. His experiment produced positive results for metabolism, and they were dismissed and have remained dismissed for decades because the alternative, unknown chemistry, was safer. And when Dr. Levin challenged NASA's decision in public, he got blacklisted as well. Not a great thing to do, so the Titan team did the responsible thing. They said it could be instrument error or unknown meteorology or some exotic non-biological catalyst that we don't understand yet. They walked away from the life interpretation, but the data still sits there. And now the James Webb Space Telescope has shown us that the same mysterious, complex, unidentified chemistry is happening on Pluto too. And now we must confront the most unsettling possibility of all. The life that might exist on these worlds would not be life as we know it. It would be methanogenic life, a form of existence so fundamentally alien that our entire concept of biology may be too narrow to contain it. On Titan, such organisms would not use liquid water as their solvent. They would use liquid methane and ethane, the very hydrocarbons that rain from the sky and fill the lakes. At temperatures around negative 180 degrees Celsius or minus 292 degrees Fahrenheit, water is frozen solid, but methane flows like our oceans. These hypothetical methanogens would breathe hydrogen, the same hydrogen that rains down from Titan's upper atmosphere, and eat acetylene or other complex organics. The reaction would release energy and produce methane as a waste product. It is the mirror image of Earth's methanogens, but in a completely inverted chemical world. No DNA, no proteins built from amino acids the way we understand them. No cells with membranes made of lipids that dissolve in methane. The very building blocks of life would have to be different, perhaps different polymers or different information carriers, different ways of storing and copying genetic information that can function in a non-polar solvent at cryogenic temperatures. It would be the life that thrives in what we would consider to be poisonous frozen sludge. Life where the air it breathes is hydrogen and the food is acetylene falling from the sky. Life whose metabolic waste is the very methane that makes up so much of Titan's atmosphere and surface. Now, James Webb has shown us that the exact same mysterious, unidentified chemistry is occurring on Pluto. Pluto's subsurface ocean is primarily liquid water, but its surface and thin atmosphere are dominated by nitrogen and methane, just like Titan. The unidentified 5.11 micrometer absorption feature appears on both worlds. The same complex organic chemistry is at work. Could methanogenic life, or something even stranger that uses similar chemical pathways, exist in Pluto's dark ocean and have found ways to interact with the methane-rich surface? Could some of that life have adapted across the cryovolcanic vents, moving between a water ammonia ocean and a nitrogen methane surface environment? We are not talking about little green microbes that are sort of like Earth life but colder. We are talking about a biology whose fundamental chemistry, solvent, energy source, and physical structure would be so different from ours that we might not even recognize it as life if we stood right next to it. A biochemistry where hydrogen is oxygen, acetylene is sugar, and liquid methane is blood. A life that would find our warm, watery world as hostile and poisonous as we would find its frozen hydrocarbon realm. This is not speculation built on hope. It is speculation built on the exact chemical signatures that were predicted in 2005, observed in 2010 on Titan, and now mirrored by James Webb on Pluto in 2026. The life, if it exists, would be so bizarrely different that calling it alien almost feels inadequate. It would be a completely separate tree of life, or perhaps an entirely different forest. So let us tell the monster story. Deep beneath Pluto's ice shell lies a dark ocean, not the familiar water we know, but a cold, pressurized, possibly ammonia-rich brine where exotic chemistry has had billions of years to experiment. In those lightless seas, life could have arisen using the same fundamental chemical pathways we now see hinted at in the atmospheres and surfaces above. Methanogenic or methanotrophic.
Thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure. Pleasure was all mine. Yeah. Come back tomorrow. We go hard every night. And yeah, we can do all kinds of goofy shit. You'll love it. Anyway, thanks again, No Comment Chick. Make sure y'all following them. That stream. I feel like I like that stream. Maybe you would too. Probably. Anyway, let's make it happen. You know, get that, that Prime sub, Dr. Do style,